Number 3. How's it going so far? Having a good time? So we'll bring the players on. All the way originally from Nottingham. No, it's not the not Robin Hood. All the way originally from England, Nottingham, but currently Hawke's Bay and a proud Kiwi. Please welcome Bayden, the shot maker, Jackson! Now this man, I believe that the English actually kind of thought they owned the country this man was born in. This man was born in Kenya. Kenya, or not Kenya, Kenya. Currently resides in sunny Nelson. Spent a lot of time in Christchurch. Let's welcome to the arena Ceri the magician, Worts!
Keep them on for playing.
Right, everybody, we're just about to get Bayden and Ceri underway. But very quickly, Bayden, just coming to you first. I mean, you've been talking quite openly about all the preparation you've been doing the last few months, but you said essentially, you know, for you it just comes down to the mental side of the game. So how are you feeling on that front?
Yeah, really good at the minute, till he starts potting his balls off free cushions. But hey, yeah, I'm like all the top players. I've never practiced. That's what we all say. None of us ever practice. None of us bother playing the game. We all just turn up and, nah, we're all lying. We've all practiced hard. We're all going to do well. We're all going to put on a show. I think we've had 2 cracking matches so far, and if this is anything to go by and it carries it on, I'll be happy with that. But I love Ceri Worts to bits. I think he's a true gent on and off the table. Got massive respect for him, but for the next hour and a half, I've got to eat his guts and I've got to kill him, basically. So.
Fantastic. And does the fact that you haven't beaten Ceri previously, does that sort of get into your head, or is it totally irrelevant for a match like this?
It was, but then Ceri reminded me that I have actually beat him, so now it's out my head. So it's a level playing field from here on in, and yeah, I'm going to go for it. So I hope everybody at home enjoys it. Yeah, it's brilliant setup. I just want to say, fantastic. You guys have done a great job, and I'm really glad to be here. And yeah, win or lose, you know, I'm going to leave everything out there. So see what happens, eh?
Fantastic. And Ceri, just coming to you very quickly, I know you're obviously very upset with your performance last year, but I think you were saying yesterday, you feel like you've done the hours, you put the preparation in this year?
Probably done as much practice as Bayden, I'd say. Maybe a minute more. You know, we've played the game for so long. I think the love's going to come through in this match.
Fantastic. All right, we're pretty much ready to go, and we'll let the players lag for the break, and we'll go back to John Saundercock in the commentary box.
Righty-ho, folks. Back at you with game number 3 of this, the first day of the Great Southern Knockout, this version the second. Pardon me. Ceri, the magician Worts, just at the table now, up against Bayden, the shotmaker Jackson. So we've had 2 magnificent games so far, both of them ending in a score of 13-10. Adam Shaw beating Neil Wally, and then Adam Lilly beating Brent Wells. So very close, very good games, both in their own way. They're very different styles of games. It's one thing to appreciate about this match, about this kind of game, is that there are so many different styles of pool to be played, and you saw a lot of different methods of going about the game in those 2 matches. So this will be the same again. Ceri ultra aggressive, but very measured as well, and Bayden very cerebrally strong and knows how to put the dirt in. So once again, I will reintroduce Mike Hayes to the microphone next to me.
Hey everybody, thank you for joining us again. We've obviously had 2 fantastic matches so far, both very, very close, and we saw in both of them as, you know, we got down towards the end and the finish line was in sight. The crowd really got stuck in, and yeah, fantastic matches. So can't wait to see our 3rd match here, and Ceri starting us off with a trademark good break. So hasn't quite backed it up on the second shot though, so Bayden with the first clear opportunity to get into his work.
One thing I saw with the warm-up, I'm not sure if the warm-up was actually streamed, but instead of focusing on potting the straight shots or any sort of shots down the rail, Ceri was practicing a lot of doubles and kicks and anything to do with rails, just to see how they played, because he's obviously wary of the rails sliding with players playing certain shots, so he wants to make sure he's on top of that early, because he does tend to use the rails a lot in his shots, so it is going to affect the way he plays the game.
And it's not just about for when you're doubling, John, it's just the rails and how they play on this table is probably the biggest difference from the traditional tables we play on in tournaments. So I think just in general it's just trying to get a bit of a feel for the line the ball comes off at varying weights and whatnot. So
well, that's going to be the main thing, isn't it? Ceri can't make the yellows, so Already we've seen opportunities presented and opportunities missed. This one would be for Bayden to establish first blood in this match. So on the Reds. And one thing about Bayden is he's pretty much an emotion player. You can tell when he's playing really well because he's loud. He fills up quite a lot of space, so to speak, and especially more so when he's playing well. Not so much arrogant, but confident, and he's outwardly so. So a lot of people mistake that for arrogance. I don't think it's so much arrogance as it is confidence and showing it. So that's where a lot of people do get that twisted about Bayden, and just here to show you that I used to be like that myself. I used to think he was quite arrogant and up himself, for want of a better term, but as I've actually grown to watch him play and met him and talk to him and found out a little bit more about him, I've come to realise that I was wrong, and it's more to do with the way he is, and that it's not arrogance, it's just the way he presents himself. And I mean, like everybody else here, he's a really nice guy, and you go to talk to him and you show him love and he'll show it to you right back. And look at this for position. That is near perfect. I think the only way that could have been even better if that were right near the rail, but if this is on, Ceri Worts shouldn't have an issue getting back for the black here. Just needs to avoid hitting the red. He just thinned it, and he's not managed to get a good contact on the second red of the two, so a little unfortunate to be snookered here. But if there is one guy out of this lot who plays kick shots extremely well, if you were to ask a person to play a kick shot to save your life, it would be this man with his 9-ball experience. He used to be a New Zealand champion in 9-ball, and he used to be the best player in Oceania at the sport. Oh, he managed to make a thin contact on the 8 there, so saved himself from a foul. That's one thing that the dude sitting right next to me at the moment, Greg Crowdis, knows so much about, is usage of the rails to get out of snookers. Ceri absolutely brilliant at it. Actually used the lip of that middle pocket quite nicely to redirect the white ball onto that right angle. But it is now Bayden's turn to see what he can do with this. It's something that I'm pretty sure Bayden would be fairly used to, and we've mentioned this so often that we should be getting a broken record cliche at it as the... Oh, what's he done there? But just as I say that, the shot clock, played a lot of pool in the UK where the shot clock is ever present. Maybe he's thinking Ceri with his 9-ball cue isn't going to see this as well. And he's managed to roll it in all the same, so Ceri Worts takes the first frame. He leads 1-0. There was that shot once again to set him up with an opportunity first up. And that didn't eventuate, but the next visit at the table certainly did. So as you can see with that previous camera view, this place is starting to hum. We're getting a lot of people in now. We're slowly gathering to watch these two guys go at it and building in anticipation for the last match of the night, that being Simon Singleton versus Des Wilcox, which is a replay of the final last year where Simon prevailed 17 frames to 11. But this is a new year and this is a different game to that. So Ceri Worts immediately taking the plant. That is another strong part of his game. He's very good at combination shots, plants, cannons. Again, a big feature of 9-ball, and he does play a bit of snooker as well, so all of that sort of thing, to know how to play those shots is crucial to success in those games. You'll see him take on shots as well, as you may think, or find out by his nickname, the Magician, that other people wouldn't even look at. He has this ability to really wow a crowd, and hopefully we'll see a fair bit of that tonight. Oh, look out. Oh, that's the second time we've seen that today.
Wow, unbelievable. It's a rough way to lose a frame.
So Bayden Jackson gets a bit of a freebie there, and we're square at 1. Sometimes, unfortunately, what you will find as well with that free-spirited method of playing is that it can cause you to get yourself in trouble, and no better advertisement for that than what's just happened there. Although if Ceri is half as good as I know he is, then he's not going to be worried about that at all. See Mike's, what's he on? JD's, is it?
On the Jack Daniels, yes. It's probably my drink of choice at the moment. I'm a rum man, if I'm honest, but rum sometimes brings out the monster, and we don't need the monster on the commentary. So,
as far as monsters go, how about that break? Just a shame he flew the white ball off the table.
Ears must have been burning.
Something was burning. He's going to ask for the rack to be removed here, which is a good thing to do. He's obviously, Bayden's been watching a wee bit and decided that it's not worth having that on if you can remove it. And being the referee for the earlier game, he knows what sort of problems it can cause being there.
Just thought I'd let you guys know as well. So I've just been having a chat to a couple of the players who've already played today, and a couple of them have decided to grace us with their presence on the commentary this evening, which is going to be really nice. It's always good to get their insight firsthand, especially when they've been playing as well. So Adam Lilly, who was just victorious in the previous match, he's going to be taking over and doing the second half of this match after the intermission, and Brent Wells, his opponent, is also going to be covering half of the final match of the night between Simon Singleton and Des Wilcox. So fantastic for those guys, not just fronting up and entering this tournament, but also supporting it and jumping on the commentary to share their insights. So yeah, something for you guys to look forward to.
And you'll also hear a lot of different points of view as well. It's one thing when you sat next to the same person the whole time, you know roughly how they're going to see things, but you get a different voice, and this is not, of course, wanting to bag anyone, but you'll get a different way of looking at things. And it is like pool, you've got different ways of playing the game, so you've got different ways of looking at it, and it's great to see, as Mike said, that people are willing to give up their time when they could be doing something else.
Oh, that's a nice shot there.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Scored a goal getting that between the yellow and the red. But to give their time up to actually share their views on the game, and so you guys can actually hear them rather than just watch them play.
I like to use a cricket term to describe that shot just played there, which is gapping. Often when batsmen are in good form and keep hitting the gaps between fielders, they refer to that as good gapping, and we just saw a great example there from Bayden, just spotting that gap between the balls and just sliding the white through it. Lovely stuff to see.
It's like if you've placed a guy at cover and a guy at extra cover and bowled full and wide and expect him to play uppishly, and he just slots it between the two of them for 4.
Absolutely, and so great chance here for Bayden to stroke in this black and seal the third frame and take a 2-1 lead.
So there he goes. So he's fairly subdued at the moment as Bayden, but I can tell you almost without question that the more frames he wins, the more animated he'll be. No Tara, by the way. His wife Tara and his daughter Chloe, not with him this year, but they will definitely be watching his match. They'll know all about it. They'll know when he's on, and no doubt Tara will be gracing us with her presence, watching this and making some comments like she did last year. And they say that there's no better critic of you than yourself. Well, Tara Jackson begs to differ with Bayden. Adrian Dempsey there with his message of support for Bayden Jackson.
So dry break here from Bayden, so opportunity for Ceri to pick the set and try and do some damage.
Andrew Hickey there asking what's wrong with the camera, it's fuzzy. So first of all, Andrew, try to set your resolution to 720p if you can, see if that works, because some other people have been saying that it's a little bit fuzzy or funny looking, and that may be because their monitor's not to the right resolution. So try that first and see if it works. Overcut it, but he might get lucky. Not quite. So Bayden again being 2-1 up, and look at what he's got here.
Yeah, well, we've seen both players miss a couple of shots early so far in this match. It's pretty much been the theme for the day. There's, we've said multiple times, it's a bit of a tricky table. It plays a bit different to what the boys are used to. So we've seen a lot of guys take a few frames to just kind of find their touch and feel with it. But every match has sort of really grown and built into it. So I'm sure these guys will do likewise.
One thing you will see with Bayden in particular in this game is that he would be willing to take his time. If he isn't sure about something or he wants to make sure of something, you will see him use that shot clock up. He's not shy of actually using what's available to him to get the result, and he knows these rules better than almost anyone. So you see another prime example, or more than one of them in this game, where knowledge of the rules is key. Is it going to make the rail? Yes, just about makes the pocket, so I'd say that's mildly in the way. It's not quite right over the hole, but it's a nuisance.
The really awesome facet of the black ball rules here is that, with Ceri being on yellows, and even though that red's blocking the corner, Ceri has the ability to pot his yellow and cannon the white into that red and pot it. He's got the option of continuing. So, and what
here we go. Here's a skill shot.
Example of a skill shot, played to perfection. So, awesome aspect of these black ball rules, which just really promote more attacking, exciting pool, and just gives a chance for the frames to flow a bit better rather than getting bogged down in these tactical battles. So, fantastic execution there from Ceri early on.
Yeah, there's very few things better in this game, and he's used those reds very nicely there for position, but there's very few things in this game better than a well executed skill shot. It just turns the frame around, doesn't it? You think you're in control, you've just put a ball over the hole, but your opponent's skillful enough to pot his and then yours on the same shot, then sorry bro, wasn't good enough, try again.
Something, John, I really wanted to do for this tournament was I wanted to get a big skill saw set up in the corner of the arena, and then any time somebody plays a skill shot, we'll just fire up the skill saw and just saw some timber with it. But while we agreed it would be amazing, we also all agreed that it would be a massive, massive health and safety issue, and we'd be absolutely dreaming. But dreams are free.
Oh, dreams are free.
They're fun to talk about.
Oh yeah, you can do whatever you want in your own head, can't you?
Oh, absolutely.
No one ever punishes you for impure thoughts outside of your own head. I like what Bayden's done there. He's restricted Ceri to that one ball over the pocket, so he's forced him into going a certain way.
And equally, it's a shot that a right-hander can't reach. I've seen Ceri play behind his back a lot.
You watch him.
Yep, here we go. And with the elevated bridge as well. Trademark Ceri Worts there, but has he overrun that?
I reckon he's on that yellow that's free, but maybe not so much so that he can really dig into it for
I don't know.
split.
Looks like he's playing off the rail.
He is, and done that pretty well. Pushed it closer to the red and the yellow, and Bayden's still got a lot to do here. This might be a natural snooker off one of these two reds here. Oh, there's a chance maybe for Ceri. This actually looks like a fairly natural angle to try to pot this yellow and go into the yellow and red, but conversely, if he misses it, he hasn't even bothered, he's just playing a safety. But I was about to say, conversely, if he misses it, that offers Bayden a chance, so maybe that was a bit of either or sort of shot from Bayden to throw the challenge down. Bayden just flicking the red away. I think he was hoping for the white ball to run behind one of those two reds near the bulk line. But everything is now looking fairly open, and even more so with that shot that Ceri's just played. To see what he was trying to do, he was trying to nick the red and go in front of it, but he didn't quite get his angle right. Should be okay, and it is. Thought for a moment that might track into the middle pocket, but all's well that ends well. And that is a simple miss from Bayden. Dear oh dear, he'll be kicking himself all the way to his chair. And I'm pretty sure if Tara were watching that, he should be very quickly up with a message for him. And that won't go either. So the miss doesn't prove costly. So he does give himself a chance to atone. Let's see if he takes it. He didn't quite slide past it. Just wanted to miss that red and get past it for the same pocket, but awkward looking shot that he's left himself. He's going to have to put a fair bit of work on this. It'll have to be the long one first to get back for that red that he's next to. No, he just tried to run through it and he's missed it by a long, long way. So I know it looks ugly, folks, and it probably was, but there was definitely the intent to play that shot the way he wanted to. He just got it wrong.
Nicely controlled there from Ceri using the rail first. It's always easy to lose those ones if you catch them a bit thin, so he's controlled that well to leave himself a good angle on that rail shot.
Oh, that's even
Nicely
better.
done.
That's beautiful. So this to square us up. The twos are. So 2 frames apiece here. This is the fifth frame of game number 3 of the Great Southern Knockout. So once again, I am John the Voice Saundercock, and my co-commentator is Michael the Coach Hayes. And what a great break that is from Ceri. The excellent control on the white ball, even though he played it for a screwback, he got the screwback nice and straight, so it followed that line down the long line down the centre of the table. And if he can MacGyver a few shots here on the reds, then he'll be well into this. The red he's looking at should be on, so those of you thinking that he's messed it up, it looks like, well, he has messed it up, unfortunately. So I did speak a little bit too soon. The shot was on, but he just played it like mud. Both players are struggling a little bit with their potting a little early on in this game. Just trying to string a few balls together. Neither player's been able to do so, and we saw that in the first game. The players were just struggling a wee bit to get a real flow going, and not so much in the second game, especially with Adam. He just got on a roll and he was gone. You couldn't catch him, except for when Brent managed to slow the game down. And now you're going to see which player adjusts to the table the quickest.
Well, it's like you say, it's pretty even pegging at the moment. Sort of both players in a couple of areas, playing some good shots too. So it's just going to be a matter of who can get going and really start hitting their straps first is going to be able to take the lead.
Oh, that's a foul. It was trying for the red in the bottom right corner pot that didn't make it, but made the yellow instead.
Ceri going for another skill shot again early, so definitely playing the big shots and trying to play to the crowd, but just not quite coming off for him yet.
Yeah, well, the problem is that playing to the crowd sometimes means playing away from what you should be doing. And Ceri needs to just simplify his game. Just kind of feel his way into it slowly rather than trying to shoot himself into it.
Yeah, it's interesting, because that's definitely one. A lot of the players have different approaches, and sometimes in a long race you feel like you can try and play your way into it, but just jumping back to the match, as you said, Bayden's just overrun that one slightly. So again, just another example, guys just still trying to get the exact pace of the table down pat, but still not a bad position here.
Oh, good control. Excellent kiss off the red to give himself a good yellow into the corner.
Yeah, lovely wee touch.
It is a feature of both of these players' games, is that they do have excellent touch. And you will get to see that in a moment. You saw it in that shot, but you'll see it more often as they work into it. They're very good at manipulating little angles and getting little kisses and just traces of side off the rails and just stuff like that.
His left back cue ball a lot closer to the rail in the red than he would have liked. I think he was looking for probably a little bit more top just to keep it a little bit higher up the table, but see if he can manage this one anyway.
He needs to keep his head down. It looks like he just moved again. I think he moved on. There's a long shot that he played before where he missed it by a distance, and he moved his body into the shot. He needs to keep still.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit twitchy.
Yeah, you do get that too early on in a game. To see the second angle provided there. And so sometimes it is as much just telling yourself to stay still, and just stroke it like you know you can. Even more than just playing, just telling yourself to do the basics. Well, that's a bit ugly. It's not entirely what he would have been after. Not really much you can do in terms of safety here either, Mike, unless he wants the double and plays it for the weight. Double the red into the Pocket where the yellow's sitting.
I definitely think he'll go for it. Oh, is he looking to get on the black?
Behind the black, that's pretty good. Question is, does this double into the bottom middle pocket?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it does
I don't
quite.
think it does.
It would have to push very close to that red, and I think Ceri's done a good job. That red he's left in the centre of the table is actually covering the triple as well. So he's cut down Ceri. He's cut down his options massively.
Hope you guys can still hear us okay, because the amount of background noise. Oh, hello.
Wow, great effort.
The amount of background noise has increased exponentially here, so hopefully we're still coming through nice and clear to you.
Yes, unfortunately we had the same issue last year, guys. It just happens to be on the Friday night big raffle times of this venue. The place is absolutely packed and pumping, bodies everywhere, making a lot of noise. So we're doing our best, and it shouldn't last for too long. I think it starts to settle down sometime after 6 or 6:30. So please bear with us, and let us know if you can hear us okay. Or equally, if not, let us know, and we'll see if there's anything we can do about it.
Well, Amorca Boy says it's happy hour. It pretty much is, isn't it?
Hopefully it gives the viewers.
And just go to the pub for a beer.
Yeah, hopefully it gives the viewers a nice feel for the ambience in the room.
Drops the black. White ball will be okay. So Bayden takes the lead. He's 3-2 up.
You can see on the stream there, Alex doing the timing and just bopping away in his seat.
Yeah, I'm bobbing my head back and forth. He's kind of going up and down with it to get us together, and we'll get a good circular head motion going.
I'm pretty sure Alex is a low-key D&B head from way back. He was enjoying that one.
He is a D&B head. He told me himself that he loves a bit of drum and bass. He used to go raving when he was younger, actually.
Oh, I must admit, I was quite into that scene for a while myself in the early 20s. I've definitely slipped a few tunes along those lines into the playlist these days, but it's
just stood there.
It's not a sustainable lifestyle, that scene. I'll definitely tell you that. Fun while it lasts, though.
You find yourself waking up wondering what the hell you just did sometimes, don't you?
Yeah, just a lot of nights when you're on your way home from the gig and the sun's already up and things like that. Entire Sundays in bed, so it takes its toll.
I completely understand. Well, I'm more of a metalhead myself, but I do like myself any music with bump, really. Music with bump, music with feeling. I don't like just metal. I like a lot of different kinds of music. Don't play any country or gospel around me, please, because I absolutely hate it. But
I'm open-minded as well, but country is one thing I struggle to get into. But hey, each to their own. I don't mind other people enjoying country. It's just you ain't going to hear it playing in my car, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm the same. I don't want to knock it at all. I'm just saying it's not for me. But those of you who love country music, hey, you're not going to get any hate from me.
Hey, and just quickly, thanks to the guys on the chat who've just chat back on the crowd noise. So sounds like you can hear us okay, which is fantastic. And we agree as well that we're all about in this event trying to set up some decent atmosphere. We feel like there's enough pool and snooker competitions out there that are just a bit flat and serious and stale. So we actively encourage people to get involved and make a bunch of noise, and it just adds to the atmosphere and puts the pressure on the players, and just another test for them to see who can handle it.
And being a pool player as well, it's going to get noisy. You play a lot of snooker and not much of this stuff. The noise is an issue, but not when you're playing pool.
Oh, that's it. If you've grown up playing pool, you've spent times in pubs and pool halls, and they can get pretty boisterous when you get late in the night. It's not really an excuse for any of these guys. They should be well and truly used to it by now.
You start having people sinking amounts of alcohol, and it just gets even rowdier, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. But no, we've got an absolutely packed house at the moment. I reckon there'd be, there must be a couple of hundred people in the bar at the moment. It is slammed.
I reckon it'd be at least 90% full. Just this area here, not including the TAB. We can't actually see where the TAB is.
Standing room only.
Yep. And that one does go for Ceri.
Nice.
Bayden played a shot very similar to that in the near the other corner pocket, and it didn't go. That one did. Looking for this in the middle, I reckon.
Yeah, and so, 4 of the 5 reds here are pretty on, and he's made that one. The challenge here is going to be the red closest to the black. I did wonder earlier if he might consider playing the skill shot, looking to hit that red into the yellow and follow it in. Equally, he may look to use this shot to get underneath it, throw this one round with a bit of bottom left, 2 rails and kick underneath the red.
Well,
He's gone for it, but he's just missed it slightly, so still a little bit of work to do for Ceri on that one to develop it, but he does still have the skill shot option up his sleeve.
So how do you go back to watch Adam Lilly's game? I reckon you just have to if you're watching the stream live, I'm pretty sure that there is a way that you can.
Well, so I'm pretty sure actually.
Back.
I'm pretty sure we cut the stream after the first 2 matches
We
and started
did,
a
yes.
new one. So if you have a look on OnQ streaming, I'm not sure, we might not have posted or reposted up the actual footage of the first session yet. So if it's not there right now, what we always do after all our events is we post up. We do a bunch of post production and post up like full high def quality of all the matches. So even if you can't go back and watch Adam's match right now, you'll definitely be able to after this weekend.
Oh, that's an excellent result from there. He was absolutely nowhere with his position. He's played that very, very well. He's not left him an easy shot on either of those 2 yellows that are obvious. It's been blocked due to the music.
Yeah, and no worries, Greg. And again, that's like we say, like we have a couple of issues with live streaming and music and things, but that's why we do. We go back afterwards, we edit them, we can trim out any of the sound bits that cause issues, and ultimately get a full product up online.
Oh yes!
Oh wow!
There's
what
a magic shot. And why not just do it justice by replaying it?
I'm not sure which one he was going for. He was probably playing a bit of a 2-way shot to give them both a chance, but fantastic. And he's going to need an equally good shot here on the black. So if he can pull this one off,
Well,
he'll be absolutely
double.
living up to his name, the Magician. How is it?
Hello. Nobody at the door to answer.
Just a little bit too much slide off the rail on that one. So again, we did say before he was practicing a lot of lows in the warm-up, and it's definitely the most challenging shots on this table is just learning to find the right weight and line for the doubles. Beautiful shot to give himself the opportunity though.
Oh hell yeah! It's exactly what you want, and this is not.
Tell you what, that is not where he wanted that cue ball. He wanted
Look
to be
at
the
it,
other
look at
side
the
of that
drift.
yellow.
Did you see it drift towards the ball over the pocket?
I'm not sure actually.
Thank you very much, Mike Doran, for that. I believe it will be, Kelly. Hopefully we'll get those copyright issues sorted so we can actually watch that game.
Yeah, 100%. All matches will be posted after this weekend. So yeah, we do have to spend a little bit of time sometimes going back and cleaning things up a wee bit to sort out any issues like that. But 100%, all matches will be available to watch on YouTube at a later date.
Oh, stayed down a little bit longer, but that helped it go in.
Clutch pot this one.
What have you got, Bayden? What have you got? Yes. So this, to get to 2 frames ahead, this will be for 4-2. And there he goes. There goes the emotion.
Metallica! Let us know whether the first
metal, but I had to do that.
this was the first or the second Metallica better. Let us know your thoughts.
Oh, this song is an absolute classic. Why would you not have this in your list?
pretty sure I can hear a couple of people singing in the crowd, so I know we're not the only Metallica fans.
Oh, definitely. It just gets you up, doesn't it? That's what it does. It gets you hyped. Yeah. Did you buy one? Did you say you bought a Metallica hoodie? Oh. Are you respectable no matter what you're wearing? You're respectable no matter what you're wearing. You guys would have probably caught all of that conversation between the two of us and Sarah Tinkler.
So, beautiful spread, but unfortunately no dice, and a great opportunity for Bayden. And yeah, just the pattern of the day of guys struggling to sink balls off breaks continuing, and a bit of a strange one really, because generally when you've got a brand new cloth, brand new balls and a template rack, it usually just encourages much better spreading and balls dropping. So not sure if it's just been one of those days or what, but we'll see if the guys, the breaks might improve as the match progresses.
I think it's just one of those days. Wasn't that a song by Limp Bizkit?
What was that song called? I know the one you mean.
Fat Lip. No.
Yeah. No, that was the one. Damn,
Yeah.
I wish we'd got some Limp Bizkit on here now. Maybe next year.
That would have gone hard. Keep it up, boys. Love your work. Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate it muchly.
Definitely keep firing in the comments, guys. We really enjoy it. I mean, the commentary's a bit of fun anyway, but it's nice when we can interact with everyone out there who's watching. It just, it just makes it a good time for everybody.
It was incredibly awkward to cue, and he's cued that very nicely. Hasn't got the position he wanted, though, unfortunately, so he's going to have to cook up something here, I reckon. As a barber, this is a fairly fine cut. Oh! Why not recruit a barber to play that shot?
Beautifully done.
Yeah, there you go. He's a barber. That's how he earns his crust as Bayden.
I'll tell you what though, if I don't think he'd do too well in business if he was, if the entrants in this tournament were his sole client base. So I think when I was having a look at the post of the event there wasn't a lot of hair in there.
No. But I don't think anybody looks at what the barber looks like in terms of how well they cut here.
Absolutely.
But you can't cut your own, so. Odds for these two, pretty even. I think Bayden was the favourite, paying about $1.75, and Ceri was $2, I think. So not much in it really, much like all of these games have been so far.
Yeah, we don't have the current odds in front of us. They have swung around a wee bit, but I do remember when the initial numbers come out. Bayden was a bigger favourite than Ceri, but these things change. Personally for me, it's anyone's game, and the same applies to all of the matches really. Final score in Adam's game, was that 13-10? Yeah, 13-10 to Adam, so very close match. It got to about 10-all. It had been tit for tat from 7-all, 7-8 around the interval, and then Adam turned it on the home stretch right at the right time to take out the last few frames.
Lovely shot there from Bayden.
Yeah, nice.
A few
touch.
rails to get that, and I think he might be snookered here, Ceri. Maybe not completely, but enough that he can't pot anything, and that's a magnificent result from where he was. You couldn't watch the end. That's not because you were nervous, was it? Or did it just cut out for you?
Might have had something else to do.
Oh, what a riposte! Have some of that.
And I'll tell you what, that's just two great shots in a row from both players. I mean, the shot Bayden plays to put Ceri in that position was fantastic. And then Ceri's responded with an even better shot. It's just beautiful pool to be watching. Absolute treat.
You might say that that's a bit of a letdown, but he knew that there was a snooker to be had if he'd missed it.
Maybe he used it all up on the previous shot.
Can you call a total snooker? Yes, you can. Same as in two-shot. You don't have to contact the rail after hitting the ball if you are totally snookered, and you must call it.
How's the touch?
Well, that's not bad. He's having to queue over the
I think he would have rather have been on the bottom of the other yellow, though. So he's left Ceri a chance here.
Yeah, well, there's a chance, but again, it's pressure, isn't it? Pressure that usually Ceri deals very well with, but he's been a little bit scratchy in this game so far. Oh, I say that and he just does that, so
Yeah,
shut up,
lovely
John.
Lovely plant. But he's going to have a bit of work to do with the two reds that are down near the yellows. I'll be interested to see how he goes about it, because he's going to have to get underneath them closer to the top rail to give himself a shot. So let's see what he's got.
Running through, and I reckon he's played for that plant, you know. Not many people would play for a plant like that. Ceri is good enough at this shot to actually play for it routinely. I'll say that, and he didn't try to play it, and he's mucked it up.
I wonder if he was too busy thinking about getting that white ball just right on that one and took the pot for granted a little bit.
It was right on the rail, wasn't it? So you had to play ball and rail and ball at the same time. Maybe you just tried to cheat the system somewhat.
Oh, there might have just been, sometimes it's the throw when you put the side on it, and maybe it's just slid on the cloth a wee bit more and thrown the white a little bit further to the left when he's played the right hand side. So lots of different factors, but yeah, when you're playing a lot of side spin, the accuracy does tend to suffer.
Bayden there's just given him another chance with that miss. Could be a snooker in the offing here. Yep, two-way snooker there, both yellows covered by different balls, so again the knowledge of the rules and the touch is quite outstanding there from Ceri. So Bayden absolutely must get a result out of this, you would think. It looked like he was hoping for the white to slide in behind that yellow, but he didn't get it. Now, I tell you what though, this is not easy.
So sorry, was Bayden in a total snooker before he played that shot? Because he didn't hit a rail after contact.
Oh, he's done it again.
Man,
He's done it at least the third time in this game. He's played a shot where you're like, what?
Outrageous shots. That was filthy.
It was. That's probably the best of the lot so far. That left red must be on. It's going to be the right red that's the problem, but the left red I'd say is on.
This looks like he's looking at a double.
Oh yeah. Oh dear, he's completely mucked it up too. He was trying for a snooker as well. And that red's come back and kissed the yellow on.
Yeah, it's interesting from Ceri so far. He's already made a handful of shots that have just been out the gate, but at the same time he's just made a couple of uncharacteristic errors. And kind of like we touched on before, is like you can have all the big shots in the world, but sometimes there's a lot more to be said for keeping it simple and efficient and not needing to play the big shots. So he just needs to clean up a couple of those more basic errors if he wants to stay in this match.
The form is temporary, isn't it? The class is permanent, the form is temporary.
Keep going. Yeah, nice wee touch from Bayden.
Beautifully. As classy a player as Ceri is, unfortunately you can get yourself caught in playing a TV shot and then be unable to back it up. Bayden there's just punished him for the mistake, and he now leads 5 frames to 2.
Can Continuing the love for the metalheads now. Bit of Sabbath for you.
Went to see these guys live 5 years ago. Brilliant.
I've seen them live a couple of times now, John. Fantastic. And I was a wee bit dubious, you know. I knew Ozzy was pretty old, and I wondered, is he going to be past it? But, you know, he might not have been in his prime, but absolutely fantastic still. Knows how to perform.
Oh, he still knows how to play for a crowd, doesn't he? And he might have been in his late 60s when he came over here with Sabbath in 2016, but the man still has the voice and the stage presence. And here's another beautiful break from Bayden. He did make a ball, so table is his for the time being. Oh, there we go. That didn't take long, did it? I believe that's Tara Jackson posting on her daughter Chloe's YouTube subscription. So good evening to you, Tara. Hope you're enjoying this coverage. Bayden would be enjoying that. Got both balls off the rail and into potable positions, so what looked like a marginal finish is now more in his favour.
Yeah, and Bayden's made a great start to this match, really. Obviously, both players, you know, a couple of little scratchy shots in the first couple of frames, but Bayden seems to be growing into it. But again, once again, I put the commentator's curse on. No sooner have I said that Bayden is playing well and doing well, he misses the ball completely and fouls.
Yeah, you've given him the big come up, haven't you?
It's borderline match fixing what I'm doing right now. I promise it's not. This is a legitimate event.
Yeah. Well, at the moment it seems to be your lot in life, doesn't it?
A little bit. Good thing I don't ever commentate myself. Well, actually, hang on, I take that back. My lockdown tournament, I did commentate myself, but I don't think I jinxed myself in that one.
Well, you had multiple personality disorders, so...
Hey, and I won the tournament, so I did quite well.
It was bad for one of you, but not so bad for the second one.
Absolutely.
Who said it was bad to talk to yourself?
Well, you don't have much choice in lockdown, do you?
No, well, you don't have anybody else to bloody live with you, so you're your own best conversation partner, aren't you?
No, well, actually, I do have people living with me. I do have housemates, but they've seen the weird shit I had going on in that lockdown garage tournament, and they didn't want no part of it, so it was all on my own. Oh, and I wonder if the shot clock pressure just got the better of him on there. Lucky not to drop the yellow.
Yeah, I think that he heard those beeps and he kind of rushed it instead of taking the extension that's on offer. Really
gives Ceri the upper hand in this frame now with the yellow over the corner and the two reds there. And the yellow's still open enough to pot, so as long as Ceri can go about these three tidy, he'll fancy his chances of taking this frame.
He's tried to throw that in and the side hasn't taken. Maybe he didn't quite cue it right, but
yeah, Ceri looks like he's
generally a very good player at that shot, and it's funny to see him miss one.
It just looks like he hasn't quite settled into the match yet, eh, John? Like, don't get me wrong, he's playing some fantastic shots, but just doesn't look like he's quite settled and found that consistent, smooth rhythm. But again, we have to reiterate, especially right now, the building is packed and rowdy. This is a hostile environment to be trying to play some pool in. So, you know, I take my hat off to all these guys. It's it doesn't get any tougher than this, and especially when you factor in the fact these guys have fronted up $1,000 each, travelled accommodation just to be here and playing in this. Like the pressure is something else.
It's an absolute cauldron, isn't it? That's a nice shot there from Ceri, and he's got that good kiss off the red for the yellow. But yeah, something that we haven't really mentioned at the moment is that won't go either. Wow. What the hell? But it's something we haven't really mentioned much of, is the fact that it cost $1,000 just to enter the tournament, and then you're having to pay accommodation and travel costs on top of that. Yeah, you're not far wrong there, John. Just needs to slow down. What we were thinking before is maybe focusing too much on doing one thing at the expense of all the other things that he should be focusing on.
Well, I mean, it's easy to criticise when it's not coming off, but if you look back to the last Super League Nationals, Ceri was running around the table at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He dusted me up 9-1 in about 5 minutes in the quarterfinal, and then he played Bayden Jackson in the semi-final, and if you saw in our build-up video, Ceri was playing maximum attack full speed and pretty well drilled Bayden, to put it bluntly, in that one. So, it's easy to criticise when it doesn't come off, but often these guys feel like when they're playing top players, their best chance of beating them is to try and really dominate and blow them off the table. So, not quite coming off for Ceri at the moment, but he's only 3 frames behind. He's played some massive shots and there's a long way to go. So you'd be a sucker to ride him off this early.
Well, you can't, can you? You do that and then so often it ends up blowing up in your face.
Well, we've seen it twice already today. Adam was 5-1 up on Neil and flying. Adam Lilly was 7-2 up on Brent and flying, and both of them managed to level the match up and even take the lead after that. So 3 frames right now, nothing at all.
Exactly, and if you do see Ceri start to string together a few balls and actually play that more consistent game that we know we can play, then he could very easily reel off a number of frames very quickly. It's pulled up pretty well there, Mike. I like what he did playing 2 rails, because the white ball was always running towards position on the black. And drills the 8. So 5 frames to 3, and Ceri now gets it to within 2. So Lisa Shipley with a message of support for Ceri. So frame number 9, Ceri Worts to break, trailing 5 frames to 3. Makes the ball off the break, and look where most of the balls have ended up. It's not always a good result when you have the white ball down that end of the table, but when you get most of the balls following it there, it's fine. Hello to you as well, Brad Campbell. Takes the yellows puts a red onto a yellow to take the yellows. Something that I remember Adam Lilly playing a shot like that and then got confused and then played the first ball he contacted rather than the ball that he actually potted. So Ceri not going down that path, fortunately. Probably didn't want to get as much movement on that second yellow as he did get, but still very usable there. His position has to be a little bit more precise on it, but it's still on, and it looks like it's actually on in that top right pocket as we see it. and if it is on in that pocket, it's just a natural stun shot.
Brad Campbell, how's it going? Glad to see you watching and enjoying this. I was actually thinking about you earlier, thinking you'd really be enjoying this. Obviously, just flashing back many years now to when we first sort of got together and set up the Super League, and just a lot of the similar ideas and ideals that we're sort of thinking about, trying to develop and promote the game. So yeah, glad you're watching, glad you're enjoying it.
Angela Merton with a bit of support there for Bayden, and Jordan Newton coming back at it for Ceri. Show your support, guys and girls. So the thing here for Bayden is going to be that red that's on the rail. That's going to be the only real problem that he'll have. And maybe if he can get the white ball to spread enough, he can eliminate that problem with this shot. Shouldn't have an issue with the yellow if he does decide to try that. The white ball should spread enough to miss the yellow. It's just the way he actually contacts it to see how much spread he does get. So you've got one of them, but not the pot.
Yeah, often the way, isn't it? You sort of end up focusing too much on that little development and just take your eye off the pot. So I wonder if Ceri will fancy attempting the skill shot on that yellow to sort of play it into the red and follow it in, or whether he'll try and get himself into a better position on it to just take on a more regular pot.
No, I think he did try it.
I think he was trying to get underneath it.
A bit out.
Adam Bayden, I'm assuming. Not sure if that's in reference to the pool or if that's just...
Is that his actual last name?
I think so. Maybe. Adam B. Adam B wants to see some violence. Great to see all the support for both players, though, flying in, and it's been a pretty even spread. Lots of guys out there wanting to see Bayden do well. Lots rooting for Ceri, so yeah, still not much in it, so long way to go.
Thank you for that comment that you made before, by the way, Chris. We're enjoying doing it. It's great to see a captive audience both at the venue and on the internet.
No, exactly, and while we're all about trying to get as many people in the building to create as much atmosphere for the players, we're well aware that we have a much bigger audience online than we do in the building, and yeah, we try and do all we can to make sure the stream is professional as possible, and hopefully a bit of fun to watch as well. And yeah, pretty proud of the job we're doing. So thanks again for all the positive feedback. It for me personally makes all the hours and hours and months of hard work really worthwhile this weekend. Just hearing all the positive comments. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for that lovely comment as well, Kelly.
A little bit underdone,
halfway
but
in between.
He'll still fancy himself to make this.
Shouldn't have any issues with the in-off. Oh, he's not going to have to worry about it now because he's missed the pot.
Big shot, and
dear.
There's a difference there. If he makes that, he's 6-3 up, but if Ceri takes this, suddenly 5-4, and it's amazing how you can get that sort of, 2 or 3 frame swing just over one shot.
He's reasonably close to the rail here. Yeah, he's going to punch into it. Oh, geez, he rode his luck there.
Flirting with that corner pocket.
I think maybe there was more angle on there than suspected. And you couldn't just sort of kill it or draw back slightly.
Kelly Campbell, thank you, but you're going to have to cut that out. You're making me blush.
Cut that out. Ceri cuts that in. So 5 frames to 4 now. Ceri Worts back within a single frame. She'll be back very shortly.
All right, so 5-4 to Bayden Jackson. And yeah, big turning point in that last frame, Bayden just, getting his posse before the black ever so slightly wrong, just missing the black, and instead of going 6-3 up, 5-4 game on. So yeah, amazing how the momentum in pool can swing on such fine margins. Yeah, nice opening shot there from Ceri, allows him to potentially remove one of his slightly tougher yellows on the rail early. I think probably the two most difficult ones for Ceri are going to be the two balls sort of lower towards the centre and the bottom of the table as we look at them here. So, and I'm not 100% sure about that positional shot. He's left himself a pot, but it's a tough one, and he's no closer to getting on those two tougher yellows that we can see sort of down the bottom of the screen. So a great chance with an open frame, but already looking like he's made slightly harder work of it. Nice cut to keep things moving, but still not getting any easier. So he's going to have to keep the magic coming. Again, what a shot, and I'm just struggling to wrap my head around the way Ceri's playing at the moment. There's just some of the more simple shots you expect him to get right, he's getting slightly wrong, but then he's getting himself into these situations and playing amazing shots to get out of it. Might have overdone that one a wee bit though. I'm not quite sure exactly what he was trying to do with the white, because he clearly played that with quite a positive screw intention, but how's this? No, just didn't quite sneak past that red.
Take it I've missed something quite important there. Not so much that shot, but a shot before it.
Yeah, Ceri played a couple of slightly loose shots to get slightly out of position, John, and then played a fantastic combination shot down the rail to keep it alive, but unfortunately I think it's often the way when you get slightly out of posi early, you just find yourself starting to get further and further away from it.
Yeah, it kind of snowballs, doesn't it? So often you see you get out of position by, say, 5 centimetres, and next shot you're out by 10, and when you get towards the end of the table, you're like half a table out.
Oh, I see Nessa tells us we owe some happy birthday wishes for yesterday to Brad Campbell. So happy birthday, Brad. And while we're doing birthday shouts, also going to throw one out to my other really good mate, Jordan Waihu, who's down here watching. His birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday, bro.
Yeah, I hope you have a good one tomorrow, Jordan.
Hopefully he shouts a couple of drinks tomorrow evening. That would be the decent thing to do.
Would be. Now you've put that thought in his head.
Tell you what, the one you want to keep an eye on tomorrow night and make sure you're friends with, the guys in the final of this, because they are going to be coming out of this tournament absolutely flush. So they'll be the ones to drink with tomorrow night, John.
Oh, hell yeah. What's the first prize again?
$8,000.
Yeah.
$4,000 for a runner-up too, so even the runner-up, they better be shouting generously.
Oh, that's the way, isn't it? And most pool players are quite good at that too. Is that social creatures by design? So if that continues their good time by shouting a few people drinks, then where's the harm to your wallet?
And I know when you do well in these things, there's usually a bunch of people in the room who cheered you on through the final, and you often feel that that does play a big part in helping you get over the line and keeping you feeling confident and positive. So it's nice to share the love with those guys come the end of the night.
Well, they're like the 16th man in rugby or the 14th man in league, aren't they? Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's gotten way out of control, that, hasn't it? And
He
Bayden's
he managed to
asked for
overcut that yellow by a massive amount. I mean, the yellow required quite a fine cut, and he overcut it by some distance. And how busy is it at the racecourse right now? It's pumping. There's obviously a lot of background noise, but yeah, just around this time of the night on a Friday, they got some pretty big raffles on, and we've got a pretty decent crowd down on the Friday night for the pool as well. So yep, very rowdy. We've got the music cranked up to max so that we can blast over top of all these people. So fantastic atmosphere down here tonight. You wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here for after work drinks and for the raffles, as you said. They run a number of big meat raffles on Friday nights. But also you've got a lot of people here for the poll, to watch the poll, and just around the playing table you'll see when the camera cuts to it, you'll see a lot of people actually watching in the room.
So it looks like a good shot there from Bayden. Just the difficult ball of these reds was probably that one right next to the yellow. So he's given himself the shot to get it out of the way early, leaves himself what should be a routine finish for the rest.
He's taking that one over the bin now. I like this.
That surprises me. I feel like wouldn't you want to leave that one
Because
to last to get on the black? But
I reckon what it is the spread.
the difficulty is that with the other two reds, if you're using them, trying to judge the pace on the white over the length of the table on this cloth is very difficult. We've seen a lot of guys get out of shape when they're travelling the white a decent distance. So it's going to be interesting to see if this pays dividends. But no, to be fair, I think if he takes the one that's hung right over the bag first, doesn't need to do much with the white, he'll have a pretty natural angle to run back down for the black. Rail first, nicely judged.
Yeah, well, what I like about this is that this natural position is running towards the black, whereas if you played that ball over the pocket last, the one that was covering the yellow, then you didn't know where that was going to go because you were always going to hit the yellow.
Absolutely. Oh, he's caught the knuckle. So just like we talked about, I mean, there's definitely pros and cons either way, but it's definitely the risk when you're travelling the white the length of the table, just a wee bit more chance of things getting slightly out of shape, but still a cuttable black.
That's what you got to think.
He's absolutely pumped it. I don't know if he needed to hit it that hard. I feel like keeping still and focusing on accuracy more than anything there, but hey.
Just make sure you pot it, eh? I don't agree with how hard he hit it either, but if that's the way he pots them, then that's the way he pots them. It's just ended up really nice. I'm not sure if he wanted to be that side of it, but that's a lovely position to be in. Stun in the middle. He's only a short dude, but he can still reach the black. So 5 frames apiece. We are squared up here at the racecourse. And a big thank you once again, as you see them on your screen, to our sponsors. They've given time, they've given money, they've sunk it all into this. Anytime Fitness Rangi Ora, need more firewood. Shaw Q's, Michael Hayes Q Sports Coaching, and Stellar Recruitment. So also you've got On Q as well with the stream, with the table. Daryl from On Q. You've got New Zealand Pool Promotions. You've got Canterbury Pool. So you do have more people sponsoring and supporting this event than just the ones you see on the screen. So if you meet any of the people behind these, or you need something for your next project or whatever it is, then hit these people up. So Ceri Worts now breaking at 5 apiece. And unfortunately you can't magic up a ball into the pocket. So it's a dry break and Bayden immediately to the table. wasting very little time and getting stuck into his work on the yellows. Looking to clear up that end of the table before he comes back towards us. And in the back of your screen you will hear, or maybe hear, Graham Watson with the raffle call out. One of the staples here on a Friday night of this particular venue. And well, that's made that more ugly. I think this yellow closest to the cue ball is on. But where's this black going to go? No, he's done it well. He's kept the black away from the pocket, and that yellow it's next to is still on, so well played. And now to try and use this and use the black to help him get position, and no, it hasn't worked. It's come up smelling of offal, that. We'll see what he does here, but it might be a double in fact. It looks like he's going to have a go at this. He's going for the middle pocket. Have a look at this, folks. What a shot that is. Kumar Balachandran would be proud of that. Now can he back it up? Or did he call his extension in time? Yeah, no, he's called for the extension, so I think right on the gravy stroke there was Graham trying to call out the raffle numbers. We better be careful here. He's gone. I just wonder if he's asked for something, because you can see the clock running out on the screen, so he must have asked for maybe the white ball to be cleaned, or not quite sure what's going on here. You can tell this means an awful lot to him. He's taken a lot of time over this. And does he have it? Yes, he does. Good things come to those who wait. And Bayden Jackson makes that black to squeeze ahead 6 frames to 5, and we will now have a short intermission, and we'll join you back shortly, folks.
Okay, guys, we're going to take a short.
Good evening, folks. Just making a quick update. The players are currently on a break, but very soon we will be back with some action. At the moment, all the raffles are being called out at this very venue. So on Friday night, the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge has a large meat raffle. So at the moment, the results of that are being called out. So the players are on a break, but stick with us. We will be back very shortly, and thank you very much for your patience. Just want to say a few things while we are on a break as well. Hopefully you guys can see all of the results that have been posted by OnQ Streaming. If you can't, so far the two finished games that we've had today, Adam Shaw beating Neil Wally 13 frames to 10, and then Adam Lilly beat Brent Wells 13 frames to 10. And in this particular game, Bayden Jackson leads Ceri Worts 6 frames to 5. So all three matches that have been played have been very close, and this game promises to be very close as well come the conclusion. So hopefully you guys will all stick around and watch not only the conclusion to this game, but the last game of the night, which should start around 8 to 8:30, and that will be Simon Singleton versus Des Wilcox. So that promises to be a fascinating, fantastic match. So whatever you do, just keep tuned. Oh, did you win one?
Thank you very much for supporting the racecourse. We're on the ball raffles. We'll get back to some pole action. At the moment, Bayden Jackson 6, Ceri Worts 5. An awesome match. Let's welcome back to the arena, Bayden the shot maker Jackson. And Ceri the magician Worts. Good luck, guys. Ceri's actually having a cigarette, so Mike's going to take his place. No, actually, Wayne. Yeah, very good, boy.
Righty ho, folks, we are back. So thank you once again for your patience. The raffles have all been called and we shall return to our normal viewing. Once again, Michael Hayes with me on the call.
Yes, good to be back. A slightly longer and earlier than planned intermission, but it's often, you know, when you're doing these new things, you can have a couple of logistical issues, but we're back on track now and we've got nothing but pool for you for the rest of the night, so don't go anywhere.
Yes, the conclusion of this match, which has been, it's quite enigmatic actually, this game. You've had a lot of really good pool, but a lot of questionable pool as well, should I call it?
Yeah, it's
not one to criticise too harshly, but you sort of call it as you see it.
Oh, absolutely. Like the guys definitely took a wee while to sort of warm up and get going. I feel like Bayden's probably looked like he's got, you know, the pace and the feel of the table slightly better of the two, but Ceri's still, he's had a few big shots up his sleeve that have kept him in it. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see who takes the initiative in the second half of this match.
And you do wonder, of course, how this longer break and this earlier break is going to affect the players. Is it going to help either player or any sort of momentum that these two guys have actually built up? What's it going to do to that? We're going to find out very soon, but I'd imagine neither of these guys would have minded actually having a break, because the game, it was a bit messy, it was a bit stop-start. Bayden probably better off with the table, but even so, he wouldn't mind the fact that the play was off for a while, so he'd be able to refocus quite quickly, I'd imagine. So he did notice that yellow was on past the black, so he leaves himself straight or just off straight here. He's actually cheated the pocket and he's ended up in much better position here. He's just off straight here on this yellow, so could use that little bit of angle and have the black in the opposite middle pocket. And that's pretty good, so just needs to roll this in for the first frame after the break. And he's got it, so Bayden Jackson now 7-5 ahead. Break and dish, just what the doctor ordered. And now we will get to see. Now we will get to see how the break and now resumption of play affects Ceri. It was, as we reckon, the slower of the two players to adjust to the table, and the speed of the table, and just more a struggle with his consistency than anything, because you saw how it kind of whiplashed between the brilliant and the not so brilliant with him. So how's this going to affect him? This could very well help him more than Bayden, but we're just about to find out. And that is not a great start. So he's gone off the table with the white ball, so Bayden will once again have a really good look at this frame, but he'll get a free shot in which to do so. So I'm just going to take a moment here again, guys, just to give another shout out to
all of our sponsors and helpers who have made this happen. I know we've already done this a couple of times on the stream, but it's a big undertaking that we do with New Zealand Pool Promotions to set up this tournament. We're lucky we have a fantastic team of 5 of us who work really well together and bring different stuff to the table, which makes it possible. But again, not just us, but we've got some really good big sponsors who support this really well. We've got a lot of people helping. We've got Greg here on the stream running that. We've got Daryl's wife Sue does all of our graphic design and media, which just makes everything look professional. There's countless other people I'm probably forgetting, but there's a lot of people who give up their time to make this stuff happen, and we're incredibly grateful. And we just really hope you guys enjoy what we're doing. It's just all about, we're all pool fans and pool players, and we just want something that's fantastic to play in and fantastic to watch. So thank you all for your continued support, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the pool tonight.
Oh, that's wound up ugly. I don't believe you can see that yellow top right of your screen, folks. And just while Mike was giving a shout out to everyone who's spent a lot of time on this, Mike himself has been putting in a lot of tireless hours to make sure that this thing actually works, not just as a concept but as an actual tournament. And it's also great to have him on the mic with me as well, because he not only does he organise a lot of this, but he plays a lot of pool himself, so exactly what he's thinking is pretty sound.
I actually wondered there if Bayden maybe would be able to swerve the red and still go at the yellow that's in the top right corner as we look at it, but always a wee bit hard to tell from here, and maybe just decided it was safer just to make sure he hit one and leave Ceri some work to do. So for Ceri here, what we can see, that red, he's possibly tried to develop that other red that was close to the bottom rail, but didn't quite make it, so plenty of work still to do here.
I reckon he's going to use that red near the middle pocket to try to get onto that red that's tied up.
Yeah, and the other option is playing that same red you're talking about off the inside of that yellow. But good time for a safety.
That's an excellent drag shot as well for a safety.
Oh, I love a good drag shot.
Yeah, you should know. You of all people should know about that.
I should.
Does he get contact?
Oh,
no, he's actually hit the jaw.
Unlucky. It was on a good line, but just clipped the jaw and just pulled it away from the yellow at the last. So,
I like this. He's actually made that ugly too, so good shot there to start with.
So good knowledge of the rules in Blackwall there, using the free shot just to burn one of the opponent's balls and clear the pocket for himself.
He'll have a real opportunity to just get into his work here, because these balls are quite well spread, so shouldn't have any issues with position here, as long as he just has an idea in mind as to where he wants to land the cue ball. He'll trust his stroke enough to get it there. Oh, that's lovely. There's more of that touch that we come to expect from him. Long may that live.
I think he's just going through with top between the black and the red.
Yeah, that's what he'd be looking for. Didn't want to contact the red, but this'll double, but it's not the shot he was after.
Hey, if there's anyone who can make a double, it's definitely Ceri.
Small white ball actually helps with this shot too, because there's not as much of the ball to get in the way. You can straighten this up off the rail, perhaps.
Get it to zip back a lot sharper, so perhaps just loading it up with a bit of left as well will just kind of flick the red a little bit further to the right and help straighten it up too. So it just requires quite a bit of work to make this one possible. Equally has to be wary of double queuing, so we'll keep a close eye on it.
Yeah, unfortunately the red came back and hit the white ball a second time, so that scuffed any chance of a double.
So it looks like it maybe just always was going to be too difficult to avoid the double kiss. He's given it a crack, but hasn't left Bayden an easy starter, so I wonder if he might just chip this out and play the safety too.
Yeah, definitely looked like it.
And the other thing he's done really well there is he's covered the kick, so he's kind of taken away that option for Ceri to go across the table and try and pop the red. Unless he can maybe slide behind that yellow off the bottom rail as well, but that will be some shot.
The shot's on, it just requires precision. There you go, got the second rail, he nearly got it too.
And that's the thing, it's the sort of shot, like when you leave a safety like that, you feel pretty content with it against most people, but I know that Ceri, of all people, when you're playing against him, even if you've left a good safety, you never feel like you've got it completely sewn up, because he's always capable of pulling something out the bag.
That didn't look like it went where he wanted it to, but the angle here actually helps if he can get the pot, because it should spread enough away from the red so that the white ball can come off that bottom rail and straighten back out for the yellow down the rail. So, oh no, he's not even looking at that. He's decided to abandon that and go back to that shot. Maybe play a safety shot. That's
run a bit far though and left Bayden the shot, so he's probably regretting that now.
Ceri will fancy this, I reckon. It looks more on there than it did the previous angle, but this is most definitely pottable. But he hasn't managed to pot it, unfortunately.
So always probably a wee bit tough with these guys. We have just had an extended intermission, which definitely breaks up their rhythm. So, maybe it's just taken a frame or two to kind of get back into the swing of things, but still a long way to go in this race. So I'm sure they'll pick up in no time.
Screw out with a bit of left. Oh, lovely. That's near perfect. So this to get to a 3-frame lead. And down it goes. So Bayden Jackson now leads Ceri Worts 8 frames to 5. Not quite sure what Bayden's looking at there, but maybe it's those bugs again. I know that both players have had issues with bugs getting into the playing arena and having to swat them away at an opportune time. So just looking to see if there is anything there that's going to get in the way of what they're actually trying to do. So Bayden about to break this 14th frame.
I'll tell you what, that black was tracking towards the middle there, and we've actually seen the black go down off the break a few times today, which, when they've been struggling to get balls in general, to see the black going down is a bit bizarre, but nonetheless he's got a ball down and he's got the first opportunity here.
Funny game. Funny game, this.
Oh, it is, and I think it's half of what, I guess what we love about it, but equally can be so frustrating, is that for all the skill involved, it can be so fickle with the luck and the rubs of the game as well, so, yeah.
Looks like the Reds, maybe not so much through choice, but through necessity. There wasn't really a yellow on, so had to take the Reds and see if he can make do with it. That helps a lot. Does he have a shot on one of those Reds down the table though? Because if he doesn't, then he's going to have to think of something else. He's trying to sit that in the way of the yellow, but I don't think he's quite got it there. It's going to be a difficult shot for Ceri either way though, because look at all the Reds that are next to it. You're doing quite well if you're going to try to hit it fairly full. And Ceri may actually look to play a safety shot on it and try and... Oh, there was a double on there and... Triple and nearly managed to take the pocket.
At least he's done just enough there to kind of tie up that pocket a bit and make it tricky, so...
He's played that magnificently, I reckon. He didn't get the pot, but he's just made it ugly. And Bayden maybe off the rail? No. I thought that might go off the rail and off the back of the red, but looking for the pocket, not the pot, and didn't really get it.
Yeah, it was just a fraction short, you know. He only needed to give that a tiny bit more, and that red would have rolled in and covered the corner and that yellow a bit further. But as he's left it, I think it's just open for Ceri. So if he can make a shot here and get himself in, he might fancy his chances.
Awkward one to cue as well, because
he's missed the one in the centre completely.
No, I think he hit it actually. He just hit it so fine it barely moved.
And so gotten away with that a wee bit, and that he's covered the ones to the corner. So I think he's left Bayden only the reds near the middle to play. Not sure what he's going to attempt here. Might look to glance off them and try and slide down towards that corner and maybe nudge the reds to sew up that yellow and that pocket a little bit more. Oh, he's gone the wrong side of it.
Yeah, no, that's yuck. So Ceri should get a fair chance at this. That was a tough shot to play because it was tough to leave it where you needed to. Knowing that Ceri's ability to pot balls is, you knew he was going to get a pot anyway, or at least you thought he was.
Where's that cue ball going?
Oh, shite.
Unfortunate, it done well to get the yellow in there to sew up that pocket, but unfortunately he's given Bayden the free shot, and he should be able to clear that pocket right away.
So what are we on here? Did at least need to... Oh, well done.
What a shot.
Use the free shot the best possible way. Gets rid of both of the yellows that are in the way.
Nice shot there from Bayden, and he's left the reds perfectly open. So I don't think there's going to be any real issues stringing together the reds here. The only difficult one's going to be potting that black and the down the rail. So I'll be curious to see if he looks to develop it at all, or whether he'll just back himself to leave one of those reds to the middle last and just stroke it down the rail.
I reckon it's the red to the middle last. I think it would have to be really, because it's adjacent to the black, so depending on where he leaves himself, he's got the opportunity to either play it for the pot down the rail or play it to try and promote it. That's going to depend on where he goes from here.
The only trick is it just means, even though these are two easy shots, it's just very important that he gets very precise position on this red, and because he wants to get quite straight in it, he does run the risk of overrunning and getting behind the yellow. So difficult shot to get right. It's come up a little bit short, so I'll be interested to see.
I just wonder, is he looking for a double?
I did wonder that. I think rather than trying to do too much with the white ball to get a better shot, sometimes it's better to just guarantee yourself you're in the right position to double and back yourself to make that double. And definitely when there's straightish doubles to the middle and the ball's not too far away, I think when you're a good player, you back yourself to pot that. So wouldn't be surprised if he just stuns over a little bit and leaves himself a slight reverse double.
Well, what he would need to do for the double to be best is to leave the white ball slightly the other side of the middle pocket. He's gone too far. He's gone too far, and you just knew it too, because he was filthy with himself. He absolutely gave himself everything there. Now look what he's trying to do. He's looking at doubling it off the yellow. Off the yellow! And he pots the white instead. Jesus, that was close.
It was a fantastic attempt and very unfortunate to miss it. And then not only that, for the white to go down. It's a cruel game at times. It was a fantastic effort from Bayden from there, but unfortunately it hasn't come off.
Yeah, it's just fine margins again, isn't it? It's just what this game is. It's millimetres. That's all it was between making that shot and missing it and then foul. And yes, it is, Chloe, except the two shots don't carry.
I always think the best way to look at it is, rather than thinking of it as two shots, always just try and think that any foul, the first shot is a free shot. Because you never get a two shots to carry. So basically, your first shot, you can do whatever you like, and then you carry on from normal from there. So That's why we like to refer to it as a free shot or a free hit as opposed to the 2 shots.
Oh, Ceri, what have you done?
Wow.
It should have been so simple, but he's just cued through it.
Again, just another example of just how slick this cloth is with the new balls, that you accidentally get into those draws a little bit too much and the thing just comes fizzing back, and he hasn't really hit that hard. He's just hit it super clean and it's just zipped back.
Oh, off the rail, look at this. Off the rail, and he's going to ask for the extension. That's not close to the pocket either. This would be an amazing shot if he gets it. Oh, he did! What a shot that is! It's magical, it's mystical, it's the man right here. That is so good. He would have been thinking to himself, how have I mucked this up? And then just to be able to snap his mind back to the task at hand, absolutely brilliant.
And that just, those 2 shots there just summed up Ceri's performance through this entire match. Making a mistake with a routine shot that you expect him to get right, and then just pulling some absolute magic out of the hat to steal the frame. So I'm sure he'd rather not be making it this hard for himself, but he's still finding a way to get it done and hang in there.
I don't know whether you're being a smart ass. No, he's not. I don't think he is.
Yeah, so just with the black ball, it's just a slightly different one than in the Pro Cup ball set. So, you know, with a lot of the other red and yellow sets, the Aramith ones and the regular balls, the black is often a solid black. So I think in this one, it just provides a little bit more contrast compared to the red and yellows, which are all solid. I think when you get the black with the stripe, it just makes it much more obvious that is the final ball.
Yeah, Upper Hutt, is that where the North Islands are being played this year?
June, I imagine that's the case. I know our South Islands are on at the start of June from Queen's birthday weekend onwards, and I'm pretty sure they run the South Islands and North Islands the same weekend these days. So
Waimea this year, I believe, somewhere near Nelson.
Absolutely, yeah. Waimea is pretty much just before Nelson, so I'm looking forward to going to that one myself. Actually, I've got a lot of family up that way, so we'll probably go up and stay a bit longer and yeah, catch up with some people. So yeah, can't wait for the Clubs New Zealand, South Islands and Waimea this year.
Yeah, unfortunately I won't be able to get the time off work to get there, but I will definitely be up for the Chartered Club Nationals in Tauranga. I wanted to play in it last year and never got the chance due to a certain C word, so this year definitely, if it's still on. I'm just looking forward to playing in general, really. I mean, this year trying to focus more on my poll. Obviously my commentary will still be going strong, so don't ever mistake that for me not wanting to do my commentary, because I will still be doing all of that, but I do want to make poll a focus again this year. Last year I was wanting to get bang into it, but half the events being cancelled, you can't quite get it, but this time, after the dearth of poll last year, you've got an absolute surplus of it and can't wait.
So he's potted his ball off Ceri's there, just looking to develop things a bit, and he's made the pot well, but unfortunately just hasn't left himself the easiest next shot. But if he can make this, just hasn't quite got enough of it.
Can't.
The white has hung though.
Gee, I tell you what, that pocket did its best to suck that in. Black hole didn't quite have enough gravitational pull. Look how close it is to the pocket.
Yeah, it's just hanging there, so it makes the starter a wee bit tricky for Ceri.
He kind of had to stab at that, didn't he?
So yeah, always tough to cue them cleanly off the cush, but he's made the pot, so he's gotten himself in. He does have a couple of tricky balls on the rail on the right-hand side of the table as we look at it, so I think this one closest to the black is probably going to present the biggest issues. Also, I guess there's the red on the left corner of the D as we look at it as well, and I do wonder if he'll look to get round behind that quite early too, but taking one rail ball down now. If we can drop this one in, you should be in a good position to try and get on that next one.
Yeah, it stayed out somehow as well. Jeez, I tell you what, to be cursing these pockets being tight. So many times today we've seen balls roll down the rails like that, and they've looked for all money to go in, and they've just hung there and given you the big middle finger. What do you reckon for Bayden now? Do you think he tries to cover that 8?
I mean, I feel like he probably will go for this. There's obviously just going to be the one big pressure shot being the ball down the rail on the left as we look at it, but...
Yeah, well, maybe the fact that you've got 2 balls for Ceri that aren't so easy kind of necessitates him playing that shot now, but what he's done, though, is he's left Ceri a chance for a plant here if he wants to. Either of 2 ways here, the way that he was looking at, or even to cut that red down the rail. And in doing it that way, he's actually promoted the red that was hard. So it's now a lot easier for him. So this now cuts into the middle, so he's managed to, by the look of it at least, he's solving one problem here. Do you reckon that red goes past the rail, past the black?
Yeah, interesting angle he's left himself on this one. I wonder if this is one of these ones where you just try and make the pot and maybe set yourself for a double.
Could do. Could actually be just off straight. If he is, he might try and run into it.
Oh, nicely played off the yellow, just allowed him to get a slightly better angle, but yeah, I don't know if this one will go down the rail past the black, so yeah, I'm going to be very curious to see how he takes on this red.
Well, Michael Thompson, that's a fairly big bar you've laid down there. Hey, if that's the way it happens, then good on you.
Oh, he was just
wanted to
looking
cut
for a
the black,
tiny
didn't he?
little tickle, but just didn't quite get it. Only a fraction off, but it's such a tricky one to judge when you've got to catch the black that fine. You know, any thick contact on the black and it ain't going.
Just before you answer that, Mike, thank you very much, Daniel. Yeah, no, I can't wait. First week of October, bring it on.
Yeah, so just have a question there about scores of the first 2 matches today. So our first match today saw Adam Shaw taking on Neil Wally, and Adam Shaw took that one out. John, can you remember, was it 13-11? 13-10. 13-10. Both matches, and so Adam Lilly also took out Brent Wells, 13-10. So the 2 Adams, the 2 Canterbury boys, done well and gone through. So as local Canterbury pool players, we're trying not to be biased, but we're not disappointed with those results, let's put it that way.
Yeah, one of our eyes is red and one of our eyes is black, right?
It can't be helped, But, you know, we try and remain neutral in the commentary, but no, exactly. You know, we play with these guys, we spend a lot of time with them, we want to see them do well, but same with all the guys. At the end of the day, at this level, you know, the guy who plays the best will win, and, you know, it's hard to debate, you know, whether the guys deserve to win these matches or not.
Careful now. Things it gets. Well, he's put it in the way at the very least, and I just wonder now for Ceri if he's got a safety shot here. It looks like he does. If he can play this really, really slowly into the red and marry the white up behind the red, then that'd be a good shot. He might try to just absolutely smash it though. Has.
Well, looks like we've just been corrected. Apparently it was 13-11 for Adam over.
13-10.
Sure?
Yep.
Close enough. At the end of the day,
Sorry,
Adam did
Vinci.
win.
You know, both games 13-10. Both excellent games to watch as well.
Yeah, very close matches, and both players in each of those matches played really well, really enjoyed it. So, yeah, just this match has probably just been a little bit more stop-start. I mean, at the same time, we've probably seen bigger shots in this match than we saw in any of the first two matches, but perhaps just not quite the same level of consistency. But the one thing I will say in these guys' defence a wee bit is that the room this evening for this match has just been twice as busy as what it was earlier in the day. So definitely earlier on, it's probably just a lot easier for the guys to kind of keep their focus and composure, whereas by the time we're playing tonight, it's pumping and it's rowdy in here. So big challenge for the guys.
He's played for that, you know. It looks like he's missed a pot by a mile, but he's played for that snooker and he's played it very well. This does go off the rail, but I tell you what, he's got to get this so right, because there is a lot of ball to hit after the rail. If he hits too much of it, he'll miss it. Looking to just leave some awkward queuing, so decided that again that discretion was the better part of valour there.
I think it was a good option in the end. It's best not to try and force the issue too much sometimes. He's really put the onus on Ceri to make something happen here. And just quickly before Ceri hits this, Corey Freeman, glad to see you watching, mate, and he wants a shout out. So Papa Brad Cameron, apparently he'll be watching from his rocking chair at home, so hope you're enjoying it, Brad Cameron.
Might get away with this. Kind of does. Again off the rail for Bayden, but what's he doing here? Was he asking for a total snooker? Don't quite know there. Anyway. Oh, no pot, but again, that's difficult. You look where the black is too. You get this, you're not guaranteed a shot on the black, so he's pretty much throwing the challenge down here to Ceri to say to him, you've got to pot this, otherwise I've got a ball over the bag.
No, he hasn't made it. Very tough shot, but tell you what, at least where he's left that, it's not the easiest position for Bayden to get posi from the yellow to the black, so...
Well, he's got to jack up over the 8, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's it, and I don't think there's quite the angle to kind of clip it fine and try and swing around the rails, so...
Look at this.
Big bounce. Big bounce.
Who's biased now?
Oh, I was just encouraging him to get the position.
Don't worry. Biases are forlorn bowls anyway.
There's no bias. I cheer them both on equally. We just want to see good pool and good shots.
Oh, that was miles away.
No, it was a wide. And
you're in England when you were aiming for New Zealand.
He wanted to pot it confidently, but I think he's just ended up jabbing at it a little bit.
Aiming for England there was Bayden, but he ended up in New Zealand. So Ceri now with this, and tell you what, this is not an easy shot for position. It's an easy enough shot to pot. And it's actually killed off the rail. I thought that might happen.
Wow, that's just tight. Unbelievable.
So much spin when it hits that top rail. It's just completely killed the momentum of the white ball.
Completely. Jeez, I mean, I just thought he had a fantastic chance there, and suddenly this is a pressure black this way.
Just needed to cue it normally, and it would have run off the rail nicely. And he's missed it by a mile as well. Oh, that kiss off the white ball. I don't think it was going in, but it's actually made this shot more difficult.
I'll tell you what, I reckon that's natural for the markers double. Just pump it full ball, dead centre.
He looks like he's looking at it. Did you see him with his stick on the table?
So sometimes it's just natural. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, the cut's probably the better option, but you know, sometimes you see that angle straight away and you just want to hit it. But
he's not got an extension here. Oh, he's overcut it.
Wow, we can just see the shot clock really getting the better of these guys in the back end of this frame.
Dear, oh dear. I tell you what, it makes for good viewing, even though you'd expect that to go first shot. It still adds a little extra layer, doesn't it?
And I'm sure it's rough for the guys when you're out there in the heat with this many people watching, this much noise. It must hurt when you miss, but you're right, it makes for a fantastic spectacle.
Yes, this time. Took its time, but down it goes, and Ceri Worts within one frame at 7-8. Bayden can afford himself just a wee smile there, even though that frame was very much his for the taking. Still got to accept it. Sometimes you just don't get what you asked for in this game.
There was just one switch for that whole end, I think, so I think just a little bit light on the ground so you can see the
So here we go, 16th frame, and Bayden Jackson leading by the slimmest of margins. And that's a massive help. Ball off the break, he's in with a chance. So he does the job for the first one, and he's given himself the angle that he needs here to get onto that tough red down the rail. But instead he's cast his focus towards the left-hand side of the table, as we can see it, and maybe now deciding that that's not the best option and going back to what he was going to do. And gets... That's pretty good. In fact, that's beautiful. Lovely natural position for this red, for the red in the middle of the table here, Mike.
Absolutely. Sorry, I've just been a bit distracted by Michael Thompson's comment. I'm very glad he's corrected that, because the first comment he made was borderline concerning.
About what? Oh yeah, no, I know what he meant the first time. So yeah,
It was very open to interpretation, though, wasn't it, John?
No, it wasn't.
I'm going to leave that alone right there. I'm going to leave it alone.
You see that stick I put there? Don't touch it. That's my stick. Oh, get in!
Oh, you're kidding.
Dude! Now that would have been a lovely little fixer for the previous frame, but now Ceri's got a lot of balls to hide behind here. He can kind of do what Brent Wells was doing to Adam before and just take his time on this. Doesn't necessarily need to clear.
Definitely one of the worst things you can do is pot everything but your last ball or the black and not finish, because it just suddenly makes it very, very difficult for your opponent to get shots, and much easier for snookers. So
you know what he's done here too? He's actually taken that one rail escape away, and Bayden's going to try to swerve around this. Swerve between those yellows and come off the rail, miss the yellow near the rail, near the red, and pot the red. That's, I think, what he was looking at, but that's an incredibly tough shot, and so now he's going to try and draw it and come across. Nah.
Very difficult shot.
Yeah, tough shot.
It's unfortunately shots like that, they look fantastic when they come off, but unfortunately when they don't, they look a long way away. But hey, you've got to be in to win sometimes.
Well, it's a shot of millimetres too, because if you get that close in the jaw, then it jaws and goes down the rail. That's what you're wanting with that.
And I'll tell you what, the most humiliating way to play that shot when you get it wrong, which I've done before, is when you try and catch the jaw and you just end up putting it in too deep and just pot it flush in the corner.
Yeah.
So basically, you're watching, you've got a ball on the table and you just pump the white straight in the corner. It looks ridiculous. So, hey, at least that didn't happen.
but then you try to explain to the person watching who's just given you all sorts of crap what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
I was trying to draw that and run down the rail, not pot it.
So, just seen that there's been a few times today there's been these rail shots that have been catching the guys out, just hanging them in the jaws. So, Ceri just really needs to make sure of this one, but I think he's going to be stretching over top of those yellows a little bit and just makes it a little bit more challenging.
No problems with that.
No problems this time. And so, John, do you think that yellow closest to the middle, do you think he can make it in the middle, or do you think that's a wee bit tight and he might need to do something else with it? Or is he playing it down the rail now?
He's playing it down the rail
Try
now.
and slow roll it and use the yellow to cover the black if he misses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Well played.
Don't mind the fact that he didn't make the pot, but he's controlled the cue ball beautifully there. I think the cue ball was actually the main focus of the shot, not so much the pot. Can you give a shout out? Yes, I can indeed, Chrissy. Big shout out to Sugar Jugs Marissa Marsden. I believe that's your sister. Be watching with a vino. Good on you, Marissa. Oh, he's going to get on that one in the middle first. Look at this. That was the hard one. Can he make it?
That's
yes,
the one.
he can. That was the ball.
So Ceri on track to level things up at 8 each here. Hopefully not putting the commentator's curse on, which I've been sensationally good at today.
Well, this is sitting on the rail, so he's got to be careful. He's been tripped up by these once
Honestly,
before.
I've done it again. No sooner did I say it, and he's left this last shot a lot trickier than it needed to be.
This doesn't look like it's as bad as the last time. I think he should be alright because he's taking his time over this one. He knows that A, this is critical, but B, probably that he's had one of these and taken it too lightly. So this time he's just made no mistake at all with that.
Oh, again though, queuing off the rail, just bounced off at least. It's when that little cue ball is hard on the rail, especially with the big tip Ceri plays with, it can be hard to hit down on.
This is true, but there is nothing wrong with what he's just done there. So we are loaded up at 8 here. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is hotting up. So as much as this game has been a little bit stop-start, as a consequence of that, it's now dead even. Dead even, you can't split him, not even with a knife.
So we're effectively down to a race to 5 from here.
Oh, that doesn't help at all. He's lost the white ball again. And immediately wanting that rat gone as well. And one thing that does as well is that gives Bayden a wee bit more time to think about what he's doing. As well as the fact that he gets 60 seconds anyway, and he's got a free shot. He still wants to have a fair idea of what he wants to do with his free shot. Knowing that if he doesn't pot anything on this, at least he's got another shot. He's looking to make balls on here, and he's done a reasonable job of that, but the problem is he hasn't left himself in extremely easy yellow to play. Still sticking with them though. Oh, he's completely mucked it up, so with Ceri, I don't think he would have expected to get a shot at all this frame, but 2 shots on his back at the table. However, Mike, this is not an easy first look.
No, I was just wondering if he can see enough of the yellow to the middle, perhaps. So if he can, I think that's definitely going to be the go. Might have a little bit of...
It's the one that's... Yeah, the leftmost of those 3 yellows near the middle pocket, as you see it there.
Yeah, although it looks like he's not taking it, so must not quite be on.
Gee, that would have been interesting if he'd potted that.
Yeah, he could have found himself on reds.
I don't think he would have been complaining too much if he were on reds.
Hey, he'd be happy to be at the table and still going.
As it is, however, it is Bayden with the possession arrow. And makes the first one, so we do have a set established. So what are you looking for here if you're mapping a frame out, Mike?
It's always looking for the problem balls, and what we've seen a lot as well is just balls near rails have been the ones that are catching the guys out. So as we're looking at the screen now, that yellow that's underneath the red, even though not the hardest pot in the world, it's just one that you just really want to make sure that you get a good precise position on that early, and don't leave yourself having to play that, sort of under pressure late to get perfect position.
Yeah, so many times players leave themselves that shot last, and by that time they've got so much heat on it.
Absolutely.
You miss your pos, or you get the pos and miss the pot, then you've given yourself all that worry, and you end up handing the table back to your opponent.
Absolutely.
That's why he's left himself that shot now. I really like what he's done.
Just not sure what the angle's like here for the drawback, if he can draw it back and miss the reds. Yeah, no, I don't think he could, so he's had to go through with top, and he's played that beautifully because he really wanted to play this one to the corner first. He's got a nice angle to go 2 rails twice across the table now. Maybe a little bit of bottom or a trace of right. He'll be looking to come back on the line, whereas Kewer's off that rail and back out to the centre of their table, I imagine.
I wonder if he's going to
He
look
could
to spread
screw
it off
behind
the
the red, maybe.
Oh, but he's missed the pot.
Maybe
No.
too busy thinking about the cue ball and just taking his eyes off the pot.
Right. Simon Singleton's calling, you'd better answer. It looks like War and Peace, Mike. Oh, he tried a magic shot there. It's actually ended up pretty damn good as well. Tried to play that red that was on the rail and kick the white off it and pop the red that was over the pocket, but he's missed it. But look at the shot he's left Bayden. This is ugly. Oh, he's put too much swerve on it.
Wow.
Too big a banana.
Always such a tough shot to judge a swerve anyway, but for anybody who's tried playing swerves with a small white, and especially on a slidey cloth, very, very difficult shot.
Ceri will be looking to use his free shot to pot that yellow over the bin here. And what's more...
Slow down. Wow.
Yeah, what's more, he's still got position on that red that was close to it.
Yeah.
It's perhaps a bit closer to the red that he's about to look at now, but that he could perhaps make off the yellow in the middle. No, but again the thought process is there, and look what he's left. It looks silly because there are balls open on the table and you could take them, but the thought process is good. He's still thinking about what he's leaving in case he misses. And so often in pool, it's what you leave, not what you pot, that determines whether or not you win a frame.
Oh, absolutely.
That's not a bad effort from Bayden either. He's just caught it a little bit too thin. He did definitely hit the yellow first though, so it's a fair shot.
see Gary just asking what time Simon Singleton versus Des Wilcox is on tonight. So that match was scheduled to start at 8:30. As some of you guys watching picked up, we had a slightly longer than planned intermission in the middle of this match. So it is possible that that match may start slightly after 8:30, but it shouldn't be too far off.
That's a wonderful shot there from Ceri.
Yeah, great starter, and just opened up the frames, gives them the chance to run them out.
I like how he didn't try to just leave the red near the middle, because it was never going to get there. Instead, he used the white ball on that shot very well, because he got position on that other red down table, and now we can focus on this end where the dance floor is.
Playing the double.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll be able to send the white down in between those two reds to maybe kick one out and leave himself a shot on one of them down on that top push. So, misjudged it though.
But you see the intent. He's missed it, but the intent's good, and
at least
look what he's left Bayden again.
He knew he could afford to miss that double as well. Obviously, he wanted to sink it, but he knew that if it
smells good.
Yeah, sorry, we just got horribly distracted. Somebody has just sitting very close to something smelling amazing, and I've suddenly realised
off the red.
I'm quite hungry.
I thought you'd already eaten. Have you not eaten yet?
Not dinner, no.
You'd better rectify that.
No, I was just thinking that a little bit before, and now that I've smelled someone else's delicious dinner, I'm suddenly very hungry. Just again, for anybody watching, I am hungry. I know you really want to know all about that, so just going to tell you all about it.
Don't leave anything out there, Mike.
Maybe I'll go order something soon, and when I bring it back, I can tell the viewers about my dinner. I can commentate my dinner.
Yeah, I
See
can.
if they enjoy that.
How do you like actually watching people eat you, though? You eating your dinner, I should say.
Gary
Bayden, what a shot!
What a shot! What a shot!
I was just wondering what Ceri was up to there. He was leaving Bayden a lot of shots where he could see the ball but not really potted, and on this occasion he has potted it. And yes, indeed, listen to that. 9-8, Bayden Jackson retakes the lead, and is he not a happy man or what?
Gary, you might want Lady Mike, but I'm not sure you can afford Lady Mike.
Yeah, she's an expensive date, I'm afraid, my son.
She's an elusive lady. Very hard to get your hands on these days, but you never know. I'm not going to rule it out. We may not have seen the last of her.
Yeah, she's all greased up with Vaseline.
Oh, jeez.
There's no way you can actually grab a hold of her. You want to run us through these, Mike? Just while I'm trying not to laugh.
Oh, fantastic. So, yeah, again, just thanking our sponsors. We've got a few flashed up in front of us here. So, firstly, yeah, Anytime Fitness, Rangiora, big supporter of Pool and Canterbury, sponsor a lot of events, not just here on the 7 foot with us, but also the 9 foot tables. Got Shaw Q's, which is Adam Shaw, competing in this tournament and organising this tournament, making the best queues in town. And again, I've tried these queues out, and they are absolutely fantastic. And I know after this tournament, Adam's got another batch on the way. So if you're in the South Island, or probably anywhere in New Zealand, and looking to get your hands on a primo, nice new pool or snooker queue, get in touch with Adam and check those out. Obviously got myself on there as well with the Q Sports coaching. Plenty going on this time of the season. Lots of people kind of getting into their seasons for the year, and just brushing up on a few things. So if you ever want any help with your game, hit me up. I'm happy to help. Need more firewood there too. So we've got Dan and Josh Bowen. Big people in the pool community. Most guys around the south and around the country know those guys. And again, they sponsor a lot of events and do a lot to support pools. So if you get the chance to throw them some love back and need some firewood, those are your guys. And last but not least, Stellar Recruitment. So that's the company Alex Stone's also a New Zealand Pool Promotions work for. So again, if you're looking for work or looking for staff, get in touch with them and they'll be happy to help you out.
Can you play deliberate fouls, asks Tara Jackson. No, you cannot. Not in this rule set. If you do play a deliberate foul, you lose the frame. So you must make an honest attempt at your ball if you're snookered. or even if you're not snookered, you must try to hit your ball. If you don't and you deliberately foul, you lose the frame. Stop being a naysayer, Nessa. Or in fact, to the naysayers, I say, stop being a horse. Corner for the split, but unfortunate to push it there. Yeah, that's a tough one, Roxy. In some rule sets, it's actually accepted as part of the game to play a deliberate foul. Certainly in the two-shot rules, you see them so often. It's actually part of required learning to actually be good at that game, is to know when to deliberately foul. Also, you do that sometimes when you're playing in chartered club as well. You obviously can't directly play your opponent's ball, otherwise it's a multi-combo ball, but you can play yours and pot theirs deliberately to give yourself a chance at a frame. But in these rules you can't do that because you'll lose the frame. So I used to look down on people who did that myself, Roxy. I used to think it was rubbish, but now I've grown up and realised that it's just part and parcel of the rules, and that if you can do it, then do it.
And to answer Gary's other question, I mean, I suppose in theory Lady Mike could give you some coaching. Again, we're talking premium rate stuff, high end, and the coaching might not be Paul, but I'm sure she'll be able to help you with something.
With something?
Something. I don't know what. You'd have to ask her.
Maybe you can give him lessons, or Lady Mike, should I say, can give him lessons in how to dress and drag, perhaps. Be a drag queen.
Oh, mate, if you want to learn how to play a drag shot, then Lady Mike is the one to teach you, that's for sure.
Either that or Peter Agnew. If you can't afford Lady Mike, you pay well.
Or if you just can't stomach Lady Mike, then yeah,
Peter
Peter Agnew.
Nah, yuck.
Gary, you're sounding almost too enthusiastic. You're starting to make me uncomfortable, mate.
He's starting to shake, isn't he, with trepidation. This is for a share of the score here. Just while we're rubbish. Yeah, you got it. Just while we're talking a lot of rubbish, Kerry Worts has cleaned that frame up to be 9-all. Good morning to you as well, Deb. I do believe it is... what, 6:45 in the morning over there? No, sorry, 8:45 in the morning over there in the UK. Good call, Frankie. What do you reckon, Mike? Do you
Lady Mike's
it?
got fishnets. She ain't short on fishnets, so I don't know. Might have to find something else. So talking of finding something else, I just need to go order myself some dinner. So I'm just going to let John hold down the fort just for a minute, and I'll be back shortly.
Cheers, Mike. Yeah, for your next present for Lady Mike, Frankie, I would suggest some leather boots that go up to the knee. I reckon that would do her just fine. But back to the issue at hand, which is this fascinating match. We've had 18 frames, this is the 19th, and you can't separate the players. That's how you know it's a goodie. Even if we've had more stop-start than in the other games, it's still been enthralling to watch. And Bayden Jackson, having watched Ceri mop the table up previous frame, looking to repay the favour. Tell you what, Michael, some of those jokes are becoming a drag, I'm afraid. Bayden just got himself slightly out of position here and can't quite get the pot, so as tough as this is for Ceri, he'll be licking his lips at this. He would have thought, surely I'm not going to get a shot, but Bayden, with missing that, has actually given Ceri half a chance at this. So slicing into the middle there, and we're looking, I believe, here at that red that's the topmost of those three balls where the black and the reds are, that top red. That's on in the middle and it's on in the corner. Either which way you can get onto that, he may be able to promote the other red of those two. Well, the way this game is going there, so I reckon if Simon's playing any good, he would be definitely the favourite to win. However, he's not playing these guys, he's playing Des. And doesn't go. Plant down the rail, it was just millimetres out from going. What would frustrate Bayden a little bit here is the fact that he can't see that easy yellow top left of screen, so he's going to have to play the plant first, or even off the rail to play the one in the pocket. So having done that, he's now unlocked that other yellow. And he's actually done a good job of this, I reckon. You go off two rails here, Mike, and leave yourself straightish on this yellow in the middle pocket, and you'd be pretty much home and hosed, I'd say.
So it's all about the weights. Keep going, keep going.
That's a beauty. Yeah, it's a beauty. Now he just needs to run it in.
Yeah, there's two ways you can play this. You can run through with top, or you can just play a very slow, sort of draggy stop shot.
Like this one.
Just like that.
Yeah, he was confident about it too. And that was the thing, sometimes you can run through and not quite hit it. And Bayden has managed to edge himself back ahead, so he leads 10 frames to 9. So another lead change.
It's hit for 10 at the moment, and we're rapidly closing in on the finish line, so nothing in it. It's everybody's game. And yes, well spotted there, Gary.
Right.
I did say draggy. I'd just like to present the award for thirstiest viewer to Gary. His comments about Lady Mike are ramping up, so congratulations, Gary. You might not have been aware we had an award for that, but it's all yours, mate.
Get that man a drink.
Get that man a cold shower.
A cold shower, and he can drink the water while he's at it. Yes, put some lean into it. While we're speaking of drinks, don't try that. That'll get you all sorts of ways trying lean, but this is a plant first up for yellows. Yep. Didn't quite get the right bump on the yellow that he's closest to, but that's okay. Rerouting. Gary reckons he's won Lady Mike. You'd better set him straight there, Michael.
No, it's a slight correction. The prize is a personal video of Lady Mike enjoying a hot roast beef sandwich. Which I might have just ordered for dinner.
I know you've got to give it to him. You've got to find Lady Mike and get her out here and video her eating that. You basically just promised him that.
We'll see, you know, there's plenty of time yet this weekend.
Just a pint of Coke Zero, please. Greg? Thank you. It's just a good thing that someone asked if I wanted a drink. I'm starting to feel a bit dry. Speaking of thirsty, I should win the award for the driest person here.
That's a nice shot from Bayden there. He looks like he's finding some form right at the end of the match. Kind of like we saw with Adam and Brent when they were closing in sort of around 10-all. Adam seemed to really step it up at the end, and Bayden looks like he's just starting to take his game up a notch.
No, that's all right.
Oh, and again,
sorry.
I thought I'd put the curse back on him, but he's gotten away with that. He's left himself a good look.
You saw him just, looked like he waved his hand at Ceri there, but no, he was just putting his hand up to say sorry for that. But anyway, puts the black, and he is now 11 frames to 9 ahead. Boy, does he need that support. He's, as you said, he's just starting to feel it now. And we always say that it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And both players who did win were, I think it was 10-all both games, wasn't it? 10-all both games, and then one player just managed to find the sixth gear and pull away with it. Let's see if Bayden can do something similar here to Ceri.
Absolutely, and again, it's just the beauty of these long races is it just leaves so much time for momentum to chop and change and swing around. So, but yeah, this is the business end of the match, and this is the point where you want to be hitting your straps and getting it done, because this is where the pressure ramps up when you're behind. You can deal with being a 2 or 3 frames behind earlier in the match, but at this point, you know, when it had gotten down to a race to 4 or 5, that couple of frame buffer starts becoming a lot bigger.
This is when you break and every shot is for dough. Just as I say that, get out of there! Oh, dirt!
Oh,
Allison
man.
Chain's dirt.
That was cruel.
Stomp it, yeah, nah, you do. He is here, by the way, Gary. Stomp it.
Storm pit. That was a disrespectful attempt at the accent I just did. I won't do that again. I'm sorry, everybody.
I didn't think it was too bad. I'll let Gary decide whether that was any good or not. The fact that you've promised him Lady Mike means he might be lenient on you for that.
Lady Mike. Just a little video or a picture or something, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. That, you know, we've still got another long day tomorrow. There may turn out to be even thirstier viewers watching tomorrow that warrant it. So we'll see how we go.
Well, there is always alcohol involved. This is a pub after all.
You're not wrong, you're not wrong. So I'll tell you what, guys, while this banter has been fantastic fun this last half hour or so, I just want to give these guys the due respect, and I'm just going to try and bring my chat back towards the pool a little bit just for these final couple of frames. Again, it's a lot of fun, and really appreciate you guys interacting with us. It's great. But, you know, again, this is a big serious tournament, high stakes, and it's it's coming down to the wire here. So I'm just going to try and drift my chat back back towards the shots at hand a little bit. So I hope you guys can appreciate that.
How about that for confidence from Bayden, screwing all the way back into the red position on this yellow. And got that touch. He's got the touch.
This is a shot. It looks like he's
go around the red, you reckon?
I wondered at first. Nah, yeah, that is the shot. I wondered if it was wide enough to go straight up and down the middle, but.
Oh, your sister Roxy. To be honest, and I'm sorry about this, but I couldn't pick her from a bar of soap. So if she is there, then there's every possibility that she is. You know her better than I do.
Oh,
nah, not there.
Oh, I'm not sure if that was the option, loading that with right hand side. And again, like on a regular table and cloth, that would have gripped off that top rail and turned a lot more. But just with how slippery the cloth is on these cushions, it just a lot of that spin dissipates on contact with the rail, and we just saw it just come back a little bit straighter than he wanted.
Hello.
This time.
Triple! Oh, damn it, I thought he was going to get them both. Wow. It's just hanging on by its teeth. It's just so lucky he didn't pot it, actually, because that would have been loss of frame. As it is, Ceri can't pot this, even with a free shot, so what he's got to do here is, yeah, I like what he's doing. He's doing it right now. Get that red out. Make it available.
Whoa. Just lost that cube all the way, but...
If that's married up to that, he won't be able to try and thin it in either. That being said, if it is a touching ball, he can play for a good snooker on this. Maybe all is not lost. If this is not a touching ball, though, he could try to pot it, but I reckon this is a touching ball.
Oh,
what a
out
lovely
of it.
reply that is. You do not call them a magician for nothing. You do not write him off.
What the gap is at the slot between those two reds to pot that one too.
That's a beautiful shot, Moses. Maybe we should call him Moses next time. Parting the Red Sea, beautiful.
Oh, wonderful shot. Unfortunately, it's not getting that much easier for Ceri. It looks like he's going to have another tough one here, so I'm curious if he's going for it or playing safe.
I think he had a buck each way on that. Really though, somebody's going to say.
Hey Daniel, no, I probably won't be coming up for the McInnes this year. I'm actually, for myself personally, with what I'm playing, I've, I guess second half of last year with lockdown and a lot of the pool tournaments being canned, I found a lot of the snooker tournaments we had were still on with the smaller numbers, so I got back into my snooker and was really enjoying that. And I've also been playing a lot of 9-ball as well, which is a newer game to me. So probably this year with my travel, I'm probably going to be limiting that more to maybe a couple of snooker or 9-foot table events up north. So you're probably just taking a small step back from the 7-foot tables this year personally, but not necessarily a long-term thing. I just like to kind of go with where the motivation is and what I'm enjoying. I always find if I'm having fun, I'm going to play my best. So yeah, maybe this year it might be a little bit more snooker and 9-ball, but I'll be back up that way for plenty of tournaments in the future, no doubt.
Just been advised to tell people that the video of the first two games at the moment is blocked, but don't worry, we are working on that. Paul Shivers there will be doing his best to get that up and running for you guys, so yeah, hopefully we can rectify that for you. So apologies if you are looking for those and you can't find them, but we will hope to have a resolution for you very soon. Oh, shot. Shot.
I'll tell you what, looks like he might have just enough angle that if he can play a nice draw here and just control the weight and the distance on it, he should be able to get himself really nicely on that red on the rail, but it's just going to require a good positional shot to get that right. So this is the key shot here in my opinion.
too much.
Whoa, the bus.
Ooh, the bus. Nah, not your stop, fella. So now he's got to rely on the screwback here for the position. So now the pressure goes up one more notch.
Does he stun it and set himself for a double, John?
Depends on how he's feeling. I'd say no. No, that's great. That's beautiful.
Done. I'll tell you what, that's a shot that on this table has been so difficult to judge all day.
Watch out for your
Every
clothing.
single match, the shots guys have struggled with have been those distance screws. So massive pot here.
Down the rail. How do you like it?
Looks good.
I like it very much. Ceri likes it more. This now to get to within a frame. Yes, indeed. So Ceri Worts now only trails by one frame. It is 11-10. Remember, it is a race to 13. This is getting so good, folks. Do not go anywhere. I love that too. Bit of fat man scoop. Be faithful.
John knows his tunes as always.
Oh, it's a good song. It's a great hype song.
It's a banger. Certified banger.
It's an absolute tub thumper. Word to Chumbawamba. Nothing off the break. There were several takers for that middle pocket, but they all got in each other's way, and it's dry. Mark. Fellow Cobra Mark Curry's here visiting.
Just want to clarify for the viewers, Mark is not an actual Cobra, not a snake. He plays in a pool team called the Cobras.
Yeah, well, I'm not a snake either. I just happen to play for the same team. That's a mean looking sandwich, by the way, Mike.
Yeah, the hot beef sandwich that we discussed has arrived.
That's a fierce slab of meat too. They do not go halves on those.
They're fantastic. It's literally $10 for this hot roast beef sandwich and chips. And the sandwiches are literally more meat than bread. It's stunning value.
That might be my lunch tomorrow. In fact, you've just given me an idea. So here we go. For Ceri. This is the shot that makes or breaks the frame, I reckon. I can't make it, so the red next to that yellow, that's difficult. Do you think that Bayden's going to try and leave a red for it? Try and get the split that way?
Yeah, potentially. Definitely not clear cut.
Oh, that beep was right on the gravy stroke, so he's going to have to get up and get back down.
And good recovery. And you definitely see as the match progresses, the guys are slowly getting a bit more comfortable with the shot clock, and it's you can't pick it up quite so clear over the stream, but I can tell you when you're in the arena, the beep is it's quite sharp and piercing, so you're very aware of the shot clock when you're in that arena and playing.
It's like a drill of noise straight to your head, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
It's like it's trying to extract something from you.
Like anything, I think once you've gotten the hang of it and you're used to hearing it, it starts getting much easier to manage.
Yeah, you almost ignore it, don't you? When you get, even though it's a very loud noise and it's very sharp, you get so zoned in on the game that it doesn't bother you anymore. I mean, these guys, if they've played enough snooker, and both of these guys have played a fair bit of snooker, they're able to tune the noise out, but this being quite new to the game with the shot clock and the noise that it makes, takes you about half the game to really ignore it, as it were.
So looking at this here, it's all going to be about that red next to the yellow, sort of on the bottom left as we see it. So So I wonder if he's setting himself here. I'm not sure if he can cut that red to the middle past the black and send the white down into that red and yellow and develop it. I feel like that's what he'll be looking at.
Jesus, this is a risky shot if he plays it. I think he's only got half
Maybe
a pocket
not.
to aim for, and he's got
Exactly.
to play it at a reasonable pace. I think the angle's too much for him to
Might
thin
be,
that
so he
in.
might look to
He'll
come
have
up
to
and
come off
down
the rail.
off this one. If he plays a little hint of screw or a little hint of left on this, he might be able to come off the bottom rail and attack that red and yellow. Oh, actually, he's done something completely different.
I think he was trying to come off for it
Ah,
there.
similar theory though, yeah. And all he needed to do was get into that a little bit more. So good pot, but unfortunately just didn't quite dig into the white enough. And
You know what he's done?
Thinking with that red is he does have a couple of options with it, even though it's not onto the corner. Is he's got either the double or he can cannon it off the yellow that he's just put there into the corner. But
Moot
he had to
point
pop
now.
the first one, so let's put the onus back on Ceri to see if he can run this out and level the scores up at 11 apiece.
Yeah, perhaps sadly for many people, it's a moot point. I was fascinated to see what Bayden could do with that red, but we may never know. Depends on what Ceri does here. Needs to not get carried away with this. If he's going to get a split, he needs to make sure that he doesn't overcue. It's the same with this shot. He may even just try to place this cue ball here for the red to the yellow to the left to go into the middle pocket. So I do believe that's on, and it shouldn't be too hard to get onto.
Can he still play that yellow and cut it to
Yep.
the middle, or?
Yeah, shot's still on, but it's difficult.
Again, shows the difficulty when you're using the small white versus the bigger white, which most of us here in New Zealand are used to. You know, when you're playing that developing split shot with a big white, that big white ball will just drive through a lot better. But that small white ball, when it contacts those object balls, it just really dies on contact, and you can see it's left Ceri in a bit of a tight spot here.
And I was just saying he could have ran through on that yellow and tried to spot the white ball for the yellow into the middle pocket, top of screen, but the danger he had with that is if he didn't quite get the angle right, even if it was on, that he was running into the red and perhaps spoiling everything. So he's just tried to play a wee safety shot there, and he's made that red very difficult for Bayden, or difficult to get onto. He could play a double now if he wants to on it, but anywhere else to get onto it is quite tough. Oh, what a shot. Now, how's your pause?
Tell you what, I think with this one, he's going to have to send it.
Just hit send on that.
Yeah, hit send. The only difficulty though is there is, because he's obviously going to have to go, well, I believe he's obviously going to have to send it right around the table and back, but when he's coming, back towards the left end of the table as we look at it, there are yellow balls that he could fall behind, so...
I think he's going to double this. Get a more controlled shot, and double with a view to leaving him long is not a bad option. So
yeah, a sensible option when the pressure's on. I mean, it's easy to sit here and say, oh yeah, take on that attacking shot and hope that you get position on the black, but when it's 11 to 10 and the stakes are as high as they are in this match, then perhaps the more conservative option is the way to go.
There's one there. There's no extension, so Ceri's going to have to get on his horse here. He wanted that further down towards the rail. He wanted that near the top rail there, and he's left that cuttable, so that could be a bad mistake. Could be. There's cue ball. Where's the cue ball? No, he's good. He's good, and he's happy with it as well. You could see him just willing for it to nick it rather than run full into it. So this is to get to the hill. Somebody said something to put him off maybe, but hopefully that's not what they were trying to do. But either way, Bayden Jackson too good for that. No, they weren't trying to put him off. They were just trying to give him some encouragement. So
Great
12-10.
to see the banter between the players and the crowd, isn't it? Everybody's having a fantastic time, and it's a great camera view we've got here in the corner. It just shows the atmosphere in the room, around the table, and again, it just really reiterates, how much more difficult this must make the match when you're in the spotlight like that with all these people who are having a good time and making plenty of noise stacked around you, it just ramps up the intensity.
You could actually put a visual to it as well. I could tell you this room is noisy. I could tell you there were several people watching this, but it's a completely different picture actually seeing it. And I'm not trying to make a pun there, but you see what the room is like, and it gives you an extra appreciation for what New Zealand pool promotions and On Cue and everybody's managed to achieve with this. It's amazing. Sounds like I'm waxing lyrical here, but it really is amazing to see what's happened with this second year competition, and look how much it's grown. So Ceri's got to get on his horse here and get something popping. 13-10 has been the score, the 2 games that have been completed, so he doesn't want that to be 3 in a row. He's got to break, and you'd say break and dish, but I mean, the games have been so unpredictable. The frames in this match have been so unpredictable that you never really know what's going to happen. Break and clear has almost been the least likely scenario.
I'll tell you what, the pressure's just gone through the roof on Ceri now, because with Bayden on the hill, Ceri will know in the back of his mind that any mistake could be match over.
Every mistake is magnified too.
Is Red going to get there?
Oh, no, it's pulled up short, so it's a dry break. Just asking to remove the red that's caught on the corner of that triangle there. Yeah, I'd probably be getting a ref to do that, but obviously Ceri trusts Bayden enough to make that call himself.
I like that there's enough respect between the guys that they're comfortable doing this. It's just a really good sign. It's something I like about this tournament in general, and probably just the New Zealand pool scene in general. Like, while there's a lot of competitiveness between the top players, there's a lot of mutual respect as well. And it wouldn't be every day you'd see, 2 guys competing against each other, happy to be sharing the reffing duties and things like that between them. So good sportsmanship as well as good competitors, which is always nice to see.
I've said to a lot of people that when my pool career is said and done, I'd rather be remembered for being a great person than being a great pool player. As much as you want to actually get in there and win tournaments,
why not both?
Well, exactly, but if it had to be one or the other, it would be being a great person, and people remember that more than what you win, because their memories of you is directly influenced by what you did to them or what you did when they saw you. So these 2 guys definitely raising the bar for sportsmanship here. The high bar that's already been set by those coming earlier in the tournament just been lifted another notch.
So a chance here for Bayden to take this frame. It's not super straightforward with that red on the rail at the top of the screen as we see it. No. Obviously the black where it's positioned is not ideal either, but at the same time they are still all there, and he'll be keen to put this match to bed as soon as possible, because I tell you what, if Ceri pegs back a frame and then another one, suddenly he's got all the momentum and the pressure will be on Bayden, so he'll be dead keen to wrap this up as early as possible.
It's got a good bit of side on that, as well as
probably just come up half a ball short. If that had rolled all the way to the rail as a right-hander, he'd be able to stand there and cue that and draw back beautifully. But just with the position he's got, he can't reach it as a right-hand. He's going to have to play with the rest, which always adds another element of risk. Do you think he'll screw back off this, or?
Yeah, I think it's a screw back. It's a natural screw back shot. It has to be. I wouldn't be trying to run through this with the jigger. It's just next level. Oh well, don't think that's what he wanted.
Interesting
I
option.
don't think it's what he wanted. Yeah.
He could potentially from here cut that into the centre. It's a horrifically fine cut, but at least with the pace of the table, if you catch it well with a bit of side to give it that little flick, it will have the legs to get there a bit easier, but you'll be losing the cue ball, so all the best. Ooh, I didn't see it that way.
No, neither.
Wow, unlucky he's potted a yellow, so free shot to Ceri with all the yellows in the open, and
Yeah, exactly. Good spot, Greg. Black's now off the rail, so this is a lot easier for Ceri now. I say easier, nothing's really come easily in this game. And Ceri's still going to have to work for all of this, but probably the biggest obstacle has already been removed. So it's all up to him now to just plot A to E and then the black is F. No, he can't do it, but can he get the luck? No. Thought that yellow was going to roll on the way there, but they're still very much on for Bayden. So this is a hairy wee shot. Look at where this white's going to go after
and
this.
that's the thing, like, the pot here is tricky, but it is makeable, but what are you doing with the cue ball? I mean, do you just take the fine cut to the middle? Looks like the white should hit that yellow, and you've almost got to hope for the best that you'll get a look at the black next.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. He's missed it, and some people will think, well, that wasn't that hard, but yeah, it was. Fine cut, plus you don't know where the white's going. You're always under it. You're talking about being under the cosh. Oh, that hasn't helped. He's going to have to cue over the yellow. Dear, oh dear. Could be an actual snooker here, but that's not of any consolation. He's cued that beautifully, though. But talking about being under the cosh, Ceri very much is, and he's righted himself nicely, though. It looks like he's going to try and play a snooker here instead of going for the finish. This is interesting. Oh, that needs to slow down. Don't breathe. Don't move. Don't move. Geez, how many bars do you want on that jail cell? How close together do you want the bars? Oh, you better prepare for this. This could be the best shot ever. Oh, actually, it might have already been on. Maybe I'm being silly. I don't think it was quite on the jaw, so it was actually on just off the rail. Maybe I'm just being a bit stupid. Got all excited for nothing there. Sorry, folks. Anyway, does it fall? Yes, it does. Mark's just chowing down on his sandwich, so watching with intent here. Now what does he do, though? He's out of position. Does he try for the snooker here? The yellow in the middle of the table is quite inviting to just hide behind.
I know when he's on his, Ceri, when he's on form, he's just doubling that yellow and playing for Posy on the next yellow, but in this situation right here, he'll be thinking twice about that.
It hasn't worked, has it? He's just playing for the snooker and maybe even making sure of it by putting the second ball there. That's a great shot.
But I tell you what, I reckon the angle is there to come off that rail and pot that red, and if you catch it skinny enough, the white will zip round the table, but where the risk is as soon as you catch that red a little bit full, she ain't going to travel around.
It's not going to pot either. Oh, I thought he was going to get that. When I saw it come off the rail for that split second, I thought he'd played it beautifully.
I just think maybe he just got down on it a little bit quick. I don't know, maybe sometimes you feel like you see it and you fancy it and you just play it, but unfortunately he hasn't quite got it there. So great chance for Ceri. Do you think he'll just play the plant and look to pot the red and then run out from there?
Just play the plant. Make sure at least the red doesn't stick in the hole.
Yeah,
either you make sure you pot it or that the red whizzes down the rail.
Again,
one of the two.
We have one of these draw shots where it's difficult to control the pace. I think the last time of asking he judged it quite well, so let's see what he's got on this one.
Off the rail with the side.
Nice, actually. I thought it was a bit straighter and he was going to have to pull straight back, but definitely if you've got the angle and can use the rail, it makes it a lot more controllable.
Well, this would be a stunny sort of shot into the top rail here. Just like this, that's just about right. So this to extend the match, to get it back to one frame. And he got it. White ball is fine, so Ceri Worts now just 2 away from winning the match, 1 away from Bayden. It's 12-11. As the name of the song suggests, it's most definitely tub thumping in here. We've got 1 or 2 frames to go. Let's find out which one it is.
So he's got the ball off the break, it's a good start. Now I'll tell you what, both sets are relatively open here. They're not super straightforward.
I'm going to stick my neck out here and say he goes yellows.
I
say he goes yellows.
I think I'd lean towards reds, John.
Is it the one on the near the rail there?
Yeah, I think that's it. And it all boils down to those 3 in the centre. If he can find a way to open up those 3 near the middle pocket with the reds, then I think the reds are the balls to go for. But if he feels like they're a bit tricky, then I think we'll go yellows. And then, like you say, that yellow you just highlighted before, that will be the key shot. So it's almost a bit of a 50-50 one. You could probably go either way. So
yeah, it just depends on how you feel. And I tell you what, somebody had better pick up that phone mic because you just called it.
Yep. So that little nudge he got on that red, unfortunately, I don't know if it's made those any easier. So I think the key with those 3 is that he'll probably have to get the one that's closest to the rail first to try and open up the other 2 a wee bit more.
Agreed, 100%.
So if he's got
and
the
that's
angle
on,
here,
so that's fine. And if it's not, at least he's got that red away from the bunch that he can use. So he's got options, but definitely that red you were talking about, you'd play it now if it's on for sure. It has been, Nick. It's been brilliant. All of the games have been good to watch. This match, if anything, has added just that extra layer of intrigue to everything.
Oh, has he overdone that a wee bit?
Could have done, but he's got the option whether he wants to come off the rail and split them or just go behind them.
Drop.
Oh. Angle, what's it like? Again, the game of angles. If he's got enough here, that he might have to cheat the pocket.
He does have enough angle to develop that red, but the question is just, what are you going to try and
cheat
do?
The hole. Rip the pocket off if he must.
But he's lucky that he's got a good look at this red to the middle, and he's got enough angle to make something happen, but it's going to require a very precise shot. So big shot here.
Oh, he didn't get it. He's ended up going right through everything. Like a hot knife through butter, or
unlucky, and just
like curry,
if he'd caught that red slightly thicker, or if he'd caught that red just a fraction first, that would have come out sweet. But unfortunately not. And it's that real risk-reward situation. You go for that shot that comes off, you take the match. But if you don't make it, he's probably handed the advantage back to Ceri in this frame now.
You may just be able to see this, you know, it doesn't look like it. That's got to be the
what?
yellow. That's got to be the yellow
wow.
first. He's definitely touched the yellow first for me.
Oh, are you sure? I don't think I'm not sure he did. Although what if
I reckon that deserves a replay. I honestly think he's hit the yellow first.
do they want to check it out?
I would. You've got the replay. I believe you've got a replay of that shot, Greg. That's got to be a foul. How can you not hit the yellow first playing this? Anyway. Yeah, the yellow just moved first.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, you could just see the yellow getting feathered before the contact on the red, so Bayden now just getting the bad news that the shot that he thought was brilliant is a foul.
I'll tell you what, I didn't even see that myself with the naked eye in full speed, but we had to look back at it in the replay and in slow motion, and yes, you could see that yellow took a very gentle roll before the white potted the red, so amazing.
Wouldn't say that too soon, Michael. Imagine though, gets this and it's a hill match. So for that alone, you'd want him to take that out. Oh, don't go in there. Oh, don't go in there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's pretty much just nailed his own coffin shut there. Well, he's got a free shot, so he can just put the black near the hole if he wants to. He doesn't even need to pot it. Just needs to make sure he leaves it on.
I'll tell you what, these are easier to mess up than you think. You've got to be careful.
That's true. Doesn't need the second shot. He makes it the first time. What a game that turned out to be. 13-11. Bayden Jackson over Ceri Worts.
Commiserations to Ceri, played really well. Congratulations to Bayden, going together. Well done, guys. So, we now come to the famous need more firewood money shots. Now, it's played with this $10,000 cue. And whoever's ticket's drawn must take a shot. They can't nominate anyone to do it. You can smash the shit out of the 8. The 8 goes in, the white goes in, it doesn't matter as long as the 8 goes in. There's 3 people called. It's worth $500. I don't know, do we do some chalk? The cue ball has to stay there. So last year, it went on every time. If it doesn't go after 3 people, it jackpots for $1,000 tomorrow. If it doesn't go in the afternoon tomorrow, it jackpots for $2,000 until someone gets it. So, the randomised number man. 157.
this, guys. I know we're running out of time and I don't want to hold you up for the main event, which is about to come on. But I just want to thank my opponent, Ceri, who put up a great team there. And I want to thank all you guys for being brilliant support. I actually felt like half of the room was on my side as well, which was fantastic considering I've gone down alone. So thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Bayden. And believe it or not, this actually is Adam Lilly's chalk. Do we think that's something special? Here we go, drum roll. Adam, 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 Adam. I'm starting to think it's the Adam and JJ show. Adam, come over here, mate. Let's get a photo.
Second time on the screen.
So thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Bayden. And believe it or not, this actually is Adam Lilly's chalk. Do we think that's something special? Here we go, drum roll. Adam, 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 Adam. Can you do a quick randomizer? So for the spectators, because you're so good, quick randomizer, let's go.